Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your kind attention, please. Request you to take your seats. We are ready to begin. Requesting all participants to please take their seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure in announcing that the 29th edition of the annual HYSEA Innovation Summit and Awards 2021 is now live. My name is Shobna, and I'm proud to be hosting the HYSEA Innovation Summit. A very warm welcome to each one of you. Many of you seated here are able to take a phone call from your wristwatch. Some of you might even pull up a newspaper copy on your phones during the break. This morning, you asked Alexa to play Suprabhatam for you. Once you return home today, you might even stream OTT content from your phones to your televisions, till you're distracted by that one work email that pops up on your screen. We, ladies and gentlemen, are witnessing and experiencing one of the most powerful integrations between technology, media, applications, services, machines, virtual reality, AI, all of these culminating into what we call the big digital convergence. Today, with the help of our industry experts in HYSEA, we break it down for you. How is digital convergence transforming our lives and our businesses? HYSEA Innovation Summit is one of the most prestigious industry events in the city, showcasing the city's vibrant culture of digitization, innovation, booming startup industry, and ecosystem. Today, we have several startups, delegates, and industry leaders who are expected to attend the event and present. We have an action-filled day for you. The flow of events will include the conference, the ongoing product expo, and the annual industry awards in the evening. You will learn more about digital convergence through various addresses, panel discussions, and keynotes. There is much information and knowledge that you can gain from today. Hence, request you to keep your eyes glued to the stage and your mobile phones on silent. We will give you sufficient breaks to network with friends, colleagues, peers. Do help us adhere to the schedule by maintaining timings for the event, and do return from your breaks and networking sessions on time. Our final segment in the evening will be a moment of celebration and glory. We hope to see you around till then. To begin with the program, I'd like to invite certain special guests, guests of honor, and members of HYSEA to the stage. May I request Mr. Bharani Arol, President, HYSEA, and CEO, InfoPeers, to please join me on stage. Mr. Kiran Cherukuri, VP, HYSEA, and CEO, Tech Era IT. Our guests of honor, Mr. Anil Bhansali, VP, Engineering Cloud, Google Cloud. Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, Head of our R&D, Forrester India. And Ms. Chitra Sood, Product Operations and Strategy Principal, Google Cloud India. Welcome, guests. Welcome. May I request you to proceed with the traditional lamp lighting? Can I request Mr. Ram Prasad, the STPI, onto the stage, please?
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे.
Thank you. With that, we successfully kickstart the HYSEA Innovation Summit. We request our dignitaries to please take a seat while I invite Mr. Kiran Cherukuri to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, Hyderabad. Good, good. Okay, my name is Kiran Cherukuri, Vice President and SME Forum Leader of HYSEA. And on behalf of HYSEA Managing Committee and our partner Software Technology Parks of Hyderabad, I extend a very warm welcome to the guests of honors, distinguished speakers, captains of the IT industry, delegates, expo attendees, sponsors, print and electronic media representatives, and industry and HYSEA colleagues to the 29th Annual Innovation Summit 2021. I'm especially pleased to welcome our chief guest for the conference, Union Minister of State, IT and Electronics, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and the keynote speaker for the event, Mr. N.G. Subramaniam, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director, TCS. Chief guest of the awards function, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, Minister for IT and CE Industry, Commerce and Panchayati Raj. Shri Jayesh Ranjan IAS, Principal Secretary, IT Communications and Industry. Shri Bhuvanesh Kumar IAS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of IT, Government of India. Shri Sandeep Sultania, IAS, Principal Secretary, Panchayati Raj. Dr. Ajit Rangnekar, Director General, Rich. Industry keynote speaker, Mr. Anil Bansali from Google, and Ashutosh Sharma, Head of R&D from Forrester, V. Lakshmikant, Broadridge India, Mr. Sobu Yarlagadda, CEO of Arca Media, Gaurav Kataria, Dr. Panduranga Rao from IIT Hyderabad, Sandeepan Chattopadhyay from Xelofomic Design, and Amit Pathak, Board Member of PW India, Rajesh Duddu from Tech Mahindra. And other session chairs from HYSEA Managing Committee, Ramesh, Sridhar, Vikas. A warm welcome to all of you, and thanks for taking time. So there are also delegates joining in through social media platforms in different time zones. To all of you, good morning, good evening, and good noon, depending upon the time zone that which you are in. So last year, the 28th Annual Innovation Summit, I think in the midst of the pandemic. So we had a theme called Surge Ahead, Win in the New Normal, which showcased the resilience of the IT industry during the pandemic. So this year the theme is Digital Convergence Touching Lives and Businesses. As you all witnessed, digital has given the breather to the industry, not just the industry, but all walks of life, right? As per analysts, the global IT spend increased by about 9% in 2021, and then it is going to increase by 5.3% in 2022. So in sheer volume of additional incremental IT spend is humongous, and which is highest in the entire decade, right? So with this digitalization, additional cloud adoption, and IT services, enterprise software, IT products, these are all riding the wave, and this additional spend is coming from these verticals primarily. So with this upsurge and spurt in technology spend, strengthened innovation in ecosystem, Indian startups with super fast, attracting great share of technology investments and becoming unicorns. So as you all know that like this year alone, there are about 28 new unicorns added to the Indian unicorn list of the overall around 70, right? So never seen demand for skills. There is a war for talent in the market today. So with all this, Indian IT industry is witnessing a very, very exciting times. I think very, very buoyant about the growth in the coming years, right? So given this backdrop, like every year, HYSEA annual summit has three parts. One is conference, which continues up to 4 p.m. And then evening after 5, there is an award function. Parallelly, we have actually an expo by all the product awards shortlist, close to around 25 of them actually showcasing in the stalls today. Okay, please take out time. So whenever it is feasible to go and then check out the innovative products, frameworks, and then the services that they are bringing to the table. Okay, today's a great line of speakers, and there are keynotes, and there are 3 themed panel discussions that are there. So you get to listen to from Forrester on emerging technology trends, okay? And then out of the 3 panel discussions, one focuses on emerging technology and their impact on the real life scenarios. One panel discussion, it talks about how cloud is going to evolve with the increased digitalization and then all the momentum in the marketplace, okay? The third one, basically, how various verticals are getting impacted with this digital convergence. So multitude of technologies in converging and then impacting the vertical solutions. So panelists are going to speak about it. And there is also a fireside chat on investing in innovation. So with this, the conference continues till 4 p.m. Parallelly, as I said, that like you have the expo, okay? And so there is, in the awards, actually this year, HYSEA has roped in KPMG to define the process for the awards and also oversaw the evaluation and then shortlisting process to make it more transparent and then add actually a lot more legitimacy for the awards, okay? HYSEA is also privileged to confer the Lifetime Achievement Award to our very own J. Chaudhary Garu, one of the founding members of HYSEA, and also former chairman of STPIs in the South, and he was advisor to several chief ministers in the past, and currently he is the chairman of the Blockchain Standards Committee. So I welcome Jay as well. So overall, is an exciting day ahead. This great opportunity to listen to and network with industry leaders. But I think the objective of every conference is basically focus on takeaways and then reflect those on relevance to our business and execution. So I hope all of you will make better use of today, the time spent out here till evening. All the best to you. Have an exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran, for the warm welcome. May I now request Mr. Bharani Arol to please deliver his address, President of HYSEA.
Mr. Anil Bansali, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, Mr. Ram Prasad, STPI, Management Committee members of HYSEA, distinguished speakers, industry leaders, representatives from the government, organizing committee members of this event, our HYSEA Secretariat staff, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Well, I think I was supposed to set the context, but Kiran has already covered most part of it. But anyway, I'll try and just not to repeat some of them. It gives me great pleasure in inviting all of you to the 29th edition of HYSEA Innovation Summit 2021, jointly being organized by HYSEA and STPI Hyderabad, with the support of the IT industry and Government of Telangana. As you may be aware that HYSEA has more than 300 member companies covering 90% of the IT industry in Hyderabad. Our focus areas are fostering innovation ecosystem, nurturing competency skill development, promoting SME growth, enhancing infrastructure, supporting emerging corridors, and facilitating CSR program, and thus creating an environment conducive to the growth of IT industry in Hyderabad. HYSEA has worked very closely with the government on policy formulation and various issues related to the industry. Our focus and vision has been validated by the fact that Telangana IT industry has been registering phenomenal growth over years, even during the pandemic. HYSEA has been a pillar of strength to the Hyderabad IT industry during the pandemic, which you all know. We worked very closely with the government and industry to ensure minimal disruption to the operations. Our approach of conducting surveys on vital operational aspects of the industry to gain better insights and the subsequent reports published helped our member community to plan and execute the right mitigative actions. I can say that with pride that our industry has shown tremendous resilience during the last 2 years and emerged stronger with amazing exports growth of 12.98% over the previous financial year. As the 15th president of HYSEA, it is an honor and privilege to state that our organization, which is a key pillar to the growth of Hyderabad IT industry, has completed 30 years of its incredible service to the city and state. On this wonderful occasion, let me take a moment to thank all the past presidents, office bearers, and management committee members, our sponsors, secretariat staff, our volunteers, the government, and most importantly, our member organizations who are the primary reason for our existence and sustenance. HYSEA, in these 3 decades, has witnessed the total evolution of the IT industry, and thanks to all the stakeholders on the trust and support during our entire journey in the growth story. It is time to extend our appreciation to all those founding leaders and all the succeeding leaders who made it happen by giving them a very deserving and a loud applause. Thank you. HYSEA Innovation Summit is one of the most prestigious industry events in the city. It showcases the city's vibrant culture of innovation, booming startup industry and ecosystem through its flagship conference, Software Products Expo, and Industry Awards. More than 100 plus startups and 1,500 plus delegates, including more than 150 IT industry leaders, attend the event in person and virtually, which will feature keynotes and panel discussions by leaders from major IT majors and also emerging startups. This year's summit, similar to the preceding years, has 3 key parts that Kiran also mentioned. The conference, and the theme is all about digital convergence, touching lives and businesses. So we want to extend beyond the businesses and see how it is impacting the common lives. So it will explore how digital is powering the growth of industry and impacting various sectors at the same time touching our lives. We have speakers from different industries, government, market research companies, investment community deliberating on this theme. And the key focus of the conference are how multiple technologies are converging to impact different verticals, emerging technology use cases, how digital is impacting governance and public life. Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister of IT, Union Government of India, was supposed to be here for keynote speech, but unfortunately, due to some priorities, the change in priorities, he has to be in the Parliament, so he excused himself and he offered all his wishes and greetings to the event today. The Evening Industry Awards, as Kiran mentioned, it's an HYSEA and STPI jointly held event, and STPI and HYSEA, we actually, try to bring about the best in the services companies and also the product companies as well. So, Honorable IT Minister for Telangana, Mr. K.T. Ramarao will be the chief guest and give away the awards. The eminent guests for the evening are Mr. Subramaniam, COO and ED of TCS, Mr. Bhunesh Kumar, IAS Joint Secretary, MeitY, Mr. Ram Prasad, Director of STPI, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS IT Secretary. As Kiran also mentioned, in addition to the industry awards for services and products companies this evening, we will be also presenting the Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. J. Chowdhury, past President, founding member of HYSEA, Chairman of Blockchain Committee India, for his incredible services to the IT industry. Driven from the theme, our team has structured the morning conference in such a way that we will hear from the leaders from different industry segments as they share their perspective on various elements to fuel growth of IT industry. The keynote speeches, right, as Kiran already mentioned, there are so many of them which will comprehensively present the overall posture of current trends and opportunities and also showcases how Hyderabad is growing rapidly to become the talent capital of India. And again, we have lots of panel discussions happening post the keynote speeches. I'm sure the above topics that is going to be discussed in the panel discussions also by a host of distinguished speakers today will justify the theme in totality because they're very relevant to the current situation and the incredible transformation we are going through as we are emerging out of this pandemic. We will also explore how technology and innovation will help organizations within the industry order in this COVID era. During the course of the conference, we will also be playing few video bites of corporate leaders from Broadridge, Infor, Google, Amazon, and Qualcomm sharing their growth story in Hyderabad. I thank the HYSEA organizing committee led by Prashant Nandela, who worked tirelessly to mobilize such great speakers and really elevating this event to an international level. My sincere gratitude to all of them and respected speakers. Thanks to our all patron sponsors for the continued support, and specifically Q-City, the main sponsor for today's event, for the partnership. I can't thank enough the partnership extended by STPI since many years and the continued collaboration with HYSEA for sharing valuable information to determine the service award winners and also the HYSEA jury for product awards for their incredible efforts to evaluate all the registered product companies. We have engaged KPMG as an independent agency in the end-to-end product awards process to ensure more objective assessment. The conference and expo will be on from now till 4:30, and we will start the evening awards program at sharp 5 o'clock. In order to maintain time, discipline, and respect each panel's time, I request all the panels, very importantly the moderators, to adhere to the time slots and an audience to come back promptly on time from tea breaks. Also request the delegates to visit the stalls and also encourage and motivate the startups who have done a tremendous job displaying their products. Before I close, I wanted to quote Steve Jobs on the importance of innovation in the current landscape. He says, "Innovation is the only way to win. So, let us innovate to win." I wish all a very exciting and a productive day at the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bharani. Here to deliver the analyst keynote, I am going to request Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, Head of R&D, Forrester India, to join me on stage. He's going to cover key industry statistics and emerging technology trends. Ashutosh serves the CIO role and leads the India team that guides business technology, marketing, strategy professionals. He specializes in the area of BT and provides strategic guidance and advice to clients in the areas of digital business, cloud mobility, big data, emerging technologies, and contract management. He's worked with large players, Infosys, advising aerospace and automotive clients, and Cognizant as well. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ashutosh Sharma.
Thank you. Good morning. You know, how can there be an analyst without a presentation behind? So I'm going to be using slides unlike Mr. Bharani and Kiran because there were some really great speeches. But good to meet all of you. Good morning again. Can I have my slides, please? And while they're coming up, I want to actually convey big thanks to all of you in the industry who have managed to work through some really difficult times that we all have seen in last 2 years and have come out on top. So great job. Just give big round of applause to yourself. And I hope all of you are staying safe. because even though we seem to be somewhat out of woods, things are likely to fluctuate. Believe it or not, in last 2 years, I was telling folks, this is going to be my first speech on stage, which is so uncommon. So if I'm a bit rusty, just bear with me. All right. So let me get started. Today I'm going to talk about how partnerships are evolving and what does it mean for different sets of providers, be it the services providers, be it the GCC or the captives that operate out of cities such as Hyderabad and various cities in India, as well as different technology providers. So I'm going to try to kind of address how the world around us has shifted and is going to shift as we move towards, say, next 5 odd years, and what does it mean for all of you. And this is something we believe is very, very important, and we call it the future of partnerships. But before I get started, let me share some interesting anecdotes that I'm very fond of. You know, just like you guys, just like the industry here and the industry participants here, airline industry, which happens to be one of my favorite industry because I worked very closely with some of them in my previous life, I was noting how they were coping with the changes that they were experiencing. And I came across some really interesting stories. You know, for example, when every flight was stopped, no airline was flying, companies such as Etihad decided to be very, very smart about it, and they invested a lot of time in maintaining their big fleet of planes, which actually consumes a lot of time. So when it comes to when it comes the time to fly again, they could actually fly without interruptions, right? And they saved a lot of money in the process. Some airlines converted these passenger flights to freighters, you know. We were kind of, when I was watching the story last year, I was jealous of, you know, these boxes which were sitting in places where we should have been sitting, right? And then airlines such as Qantas, ANA, Singapore Airlines, and many others across the globe did some really amazing things. They ran restaurants in their planes. They actually flew flight to nowhere. You know, for example, Qantas took a flight from Sydney, went around different sightseeing points in Australia and landed back at Sydney just to give passengers the flavor of, you know, what flying was so they don't forget. All of these stories basically tell us that the industry was trying to be three things. They were trying to be resilient in the face of pandemic and the uncertainty that was staring in their eyes. They were trying to be adaptive and they were trying to be creative. And this has become very, very important. In our research, we found that companies are realizing that they need to be more resilient. 68% of the firms believe that resiliency is very, very important for them. 84% of the firms believe that they wish that their leaders were actually more adaptive. They could create a more adaptive firm. 78% believe creativity is going to be very, very important for them. And I'm going to kind of touch upon these 3 points as I go forward as to what do we mean by that. But one thing that we realize that this response is not new. This response has been in the making for last many years. In fact, for last 10 odd years, we found that the tech investments that the companies were making started diminishing in their returns. You know, all the productivity gains that tech used to provide to firms had started to come down by the end of 2010s. And as a result, firms were wondering whether the digital investments that they were making are going to be leading to any meaningful ROI. In addition to the tech investment and tech productivity falling, what we found that the customer experience was becoming very stale. All companies were kind of looking very similar. The very similar banking app, very similar technology apps from airlines and media companies and whatnot. There was very little differentiation. And on top of that, over the last many years, all of these firms had accumulated huge amount of technology debt, which is essentially them not investing in emerging technologies, not investing and not modernizing their core, which was limiting their response to the pandemic. And it kind of pandemic made these things even more clear. So as a result, what we found that companies were trying to become what we call as adaptive, creative, and resilient. And this is part of what we call as the future fit technology strategy, that firms are going to become a customer obsessed enterprise where they will try to quickly reconfigure the business concepts that they have. You know, what are they doing in the industry? What are they doing for their partners? What are they doing for their customers, their employees? How can they quickly change in the light of the changes that are happening around them in a much more adaptive manner, in a much more differentiated manner, and with much more resiliency? So this is what the overall change that we are seeing in the industry. And why are they doing it? Because we find that future fit firms are much likely to have a better growth than the firms which are not future fit. So we surveyed close to 750 odd companies in the last 2 years ourselves. And through that research, we learned that the companies which are future fit, companies which are more adaptive, companies which are more creative and resilient, grow 2.8 times more than the industry average, the industry that they are in. So being future fit pays, right? So all those airline companies, as well as the companies in this room, who have been very resilient in last couple of years, and I'm hoping preparing yourself for the future to come. And as you look around yourself, it doesn't just apply on the end user; it applies on the tech providers themselves. How can you be more adaptive, creative, and resilient so that you can have an out normal growth? And now being adaptive, creative, and resilient means that first you need to create, you have to reimagine, you need to invest in the core architecture that you have as an organization so that you can align to a changing environment that's changing around you. So for example, when airlines realize that they cannot be the passengers plane, they can be freighters, right? Likewise, banks or other companies realizing that they cannot be what their core business requires them to do, can they do something else? Creativity is about differentiating. There's a very good example that we have in India around Cadbury's ad. If I'm not sure how many of you have seen it, what Cadbury's did in last 2 years, given that most of the interactions were digital, they were reducing, say, the OTT spend and all other things, and they invested in the digital marketing in such a manner that they leveraged the data that they had on the retailers that were selling Cadbury stores across the country, and they created these digital ads which would show up on your Facebook or whatever social media or some other online property that you were visiting in a manner that they will know what exactly is the location you are watching the ad from, and then overlay the retail store which was near to you. So this is what they did in 2020. In 2021, they actually upped the game. They one up themselves. What they did was create this interesting ad with a leading Bollywood personality, and they said that this Bollywood personality can be customized using AI to create an ad for a retailer. So if you are a retailer, say somewhere in this HICC area, I think it's called Ijat Nagar if I'm not wrong, if you're selling a Cadbury in that shop, you can actually go to a Cadbury app and create an ad endorsed by the celebrity for your own shop. So very interesting example of how firms can be more creative. And likewise, resiliency is, of course, very well understood in terms of both security as well as infrastructure. How can you be more resilient? How can you change? How can you continue to operate even when things are falling apart around you? So those are the three things that we see are very, very important. And as a result, firms are looking to invest in three things to become adaptive, creative, and resilient. And these three things are platforms, practices, and partners. So rest of my presentation today would be about how you, as tech providers or tech service providers or tech firms or even tech consumers, how can you help your organizations build or adopt platforms so you can be more adaptive, creative, and resilient, what sort of practices you can adopt, and how you can partner. Because partnership, again, is one of the key things. And as I go further, I wanted to quickly first share what exactly is happening in the enterprise priorities, what's changing, and how does the platform partnership and practices align. And my apologies to you, I'm so used to presenting on Zoom over last couple of years, I didn't realize that the chart that I'm creating would be presented from a keynote stage. So if you are not able to see it, not a problem. I'm going to at least highlight the key things that we have here. So on the very top, what you're going to find that there are certain things that are changing very rapidly than before. Accelerating shift to digital has become way more important. The firms are attributing that this is one of the most increased priority that they have seen versus, say, growing revenue. Not to say that the growing revenue is not a priority. In fact, what this chart is trying to tell you is that while growing revenue still remains one of the key priorities, accelerating shift to digital businesses, accelerating the response to business and market changes have increased in importance for everyone, right? So just keep this in mind as we go further. And likewise, improving employee and customer experience, changing your business model, all of these things have become very, very important in recent times. Now, for doing that, firms are looking at partners, for both internal as well as external. When I say internals, I have all those GCCs who might be here in the room in mine, and as well as some other participants in an organization's transformation. So they are looking at their partners for driving their technology strategy. They're looking at their partners for driving their digital transformation, and all sorts of different technologies are becoming very, very important to use. So just remember, all of these things are going into making the firm more adaptive. And one other thing that's changing is the way they engage with partners. We are familiar with the time and materials model and the fixed price, but there are various other models that we all know that exist in between. You could actually be activity-based, things such as tickets-based pricing, or some sort of a transaction-based pricing. You could actually be more outcome-based as well, where you're looking at the business outcome, what sort of customer satisfaction that you drove, what sort of revenue growth that you help achieve your partners, to your client. So what we are finding of late, the traditional modes of, say, fixed priced or asset-based pricing, which basically is license, etc., are becoming less important compared to modes of pricing such as T&M, activity-based, and outcome-based. Just keep that data point in mind, and I'll come back to it in a minute, because I'll explain why exactly is that happening. Part of the reason it's happening is because the way firms are looking at partners is from a different lens. So if you are a service provider, if you're working with an enterprise, back in the day, they would have looked at you as a low-cost provider. They would have said, okay, you are an offshore provider. You can help me achieve certain level of cost reduction. But that changed somewhere about 6 odd years ago when they started, there were certain leaders even 10 years ago who were looking at you as a strategic sourcing partner, but it started becoming a little bit more mainstream about in the last previous decade, where they're looking at you as a strategic sourcing partner. But of late, what we are finding that firms are looking at their partners for more co-innovation. They're looking at partners to make them more agile, to share risk with them. And these are not exclusive things. So it's not like they're not looking at you for costs. Cost is there, but they're looking at you for more sort of strategic needs, if you will. The priorities are shifting. Other thing that's shifting is the way they engage with you. So like earlier, it was mostly assets and effort-based, started becoming activity-based. But as you go further up, they're looking at you for more higher order values, whether can you help manage my entire application, can you help run my entire, say, certain process. Likewise, now they're even looking at what sort of outcomes can you drive. So there's a shift that's happening in the industry. So when you are being a partner to any organization, you have to look at what sort of shifts that are happening in the industry and how can you help them achieve the outcomes that they're trying to achieve. So if you keep these three trends in mind, one is the way the T&M and other things are becoming more important. Firms are looking at much more outcome-oriented. And at the same time, they are looking at firms to provide them lots of technology leadership. What we are finding, we are distilling that entire thought process into three key trends. And we are saying it's basically the future of partnership, which is going to become value aligned. And these three trends are kind of aligned to the points that I made earlier around platform, partnerships, and practices. The very first one is future fit strategy, which I talked about, will require firms to become much more as a co-innovative partner. The second, practices that they need to adopt need to be much more agile, and it will cut across the entire life cycle of any organization. And you, as partners and providers, as well as the internal enablers, will have to adopt those practices. Third, the tech that the firms will be adopting will be much more products and platform-based. And I have some data points to kind of prove that. So talking about the future fit technology strategy, demanding co-innovation partnership, these will be based on three things: trust, transparency, and value alignment. I've already talked about outcome, but the trust is going to become very, very fundamental to you, because for someone to give you the benefit of being a strategic partner or someone who can work very closely with you, they'll need to be able to trust you. Are you creating right sort of conditions where that trust can be held? Are you providing enough transparency in your interaction? Because the days of the hands-off relationship, not being transparent with your partners, is not going to be there anymore. And all of this will lead to firms aligning their outcomes and value with each other. For example, will you be willing to commit? Will you put some skin in the game? Will you be able to commit some of your revenue at risk in case your client is not able to achieve the objective that they're looking for? And it's showing up in the data as well. We surveyed a number of service providers, I think almost 70 of them about a quarter ago, sometime in July, August timeframe. We asked them, how much do you agree with the following statements? Again, sort of a busy slide, but what essentially they are telling us that their clients are becoming much more outcome driven in their services engagement. They are asking for much more co-creation, much more sort of a cooperative side of engagement that they are seeking from them. So partnerships are going to become much more co-creative, much more value aligned. By value alignment, we mean that you should be able to have win-win for both client as well as the partner. Again, it's not just limited to services partner, it could be a technology partner as well, but the partnership has to be constructed in that manner. The second is around how practices will be aligning the teams on outcomes, not just on strict processes. So there was a lot of bureaucracy that used to exist in sort of waterfall model and all those things that we have evolved over the year, whether even the IT practices. But now firms are looking at much more agile, much practices which cut across the life cycle of the firm, right from figuring out what exactly is your business goal, what sort of outcomes you're going to drive, what sort of technology architecture or the business architecture you're going to be building, then what sort of processes that you'll be creating to enable that business or technology architecture, what sort of data that you will need, and then what sort of technology investment that you will be making. The entire life cycle, right from the strategy and business outcomes all the way to the technology enablement, is going to be much more agile. Why? Because if you look at across the industry, we are no longer linear anymore. You know, back in the day, you could get away with industry which basically started from one end where you had raw material and you had sort of certain processes which you had to go through, and finally you had an output that you could sell to your customers. Now, firms are in a much more circular, much more sort of an ecosystem kind of a manner where you could have multiple partners to do multiple things. And then there could be various iterations of product, could be going on where you might require suppliers to help with your R&D or supply chain to kind of support the sort of R&D demand that you need. So the value chains are no longer linear. As a result, the whole process that I was talking about, right from strategy to data to experiences to engineering to everything, needs to be dealt with much more agility. And you as partners would be required to support your organization, your clients, as well as your internal organizations with that. The third thing that we are talking about is how services firms can be much more product and platform based. There, the role of partners would be, again, there are two types of partners here. So this is the enterprise which has certain needs in terms of what sort of programs that they need to create, what sort of outcomes that they need to drive, what strategy they need to build, how they're going to be sourcing innovation externally and internally. But at the same time, if you are a technology provider, you need to be able to cater to that need. You need to create certain collaboration, for example, with some of the other partners. You need to make your roadmap much more transparent to them. And more importantly, you need to be much more value aligned. You need to create your services, your solutions in a manner that it can be much more consumption and outcome based. And if you are a provider, your job becomes even more important, service provider that is, your job becomes even more important because then you're looking to deliver the value to the enterprise using the partnership that you have with the technology partner and then orchestrate that value in a manner that ultimately leads to the value for your enterprise buyer. So this ecosystem is becoming much, much more collaborative, if you will. So right from practices to partnerships, as well as the platforms that you're going to be building using whether the platforms that are provided by the cloud providers or they could be platforms that you might bring to the table, that's what's ultimately going to help enterprise orchestrate the value for themselves. So a quick recap, what we are looking at firms, as they look to become future fit, they need to invest in first right sort of partnerships, and those partnerships are going to be much more value aligned. They need to invest in practices, and these will be much more agile at scale, at the organizational scale, not just at the team level. Likewise, they will look at tech, which will be much more platform and product based. But I'm not done here. I'm right on time, but I was told that there's an interest in talking about metaverse here. How many of you are aware of metaverse, just by show of hands? How many of you have participated in some sort of metaverse transaction already, just by a show of hand? Very few. It's a very interesting thing. I don't know how much time do I have, but I will probably take a minute or so. So this is something that has started to come off late, and the illustration that you're seeing behind me was sort of created by a Japanese animator called Keiichi Matsuda. I hope I'm not butchering his name. So the idea and the concept has been around for some time. He created this imagery like 5 or 6 years ago. And you can see the world in which everything is sort of virtual, connected, sort of, people are participating in a virtual manner. And if I were to go by my 6-year-old kid's experience, these guys are just finding this thing to be so normal, and it can be jarring to us, but they find this thing to be so normal, they operate in it so easily with their virtual avatars and the interactions that they're having. He sometimes even plays with his sister, who is older to her, in a virtual environment. He doesn't, not in the physical setting, which I kind of sometimes worry about. But the point is, kids are becoming much, much more comfortable with a virtual environment. And metaverse is nothing but a connected, interconnected universe of universes which are completely virtual and driven by technologies such as AR, VR, sort of 3D immersive experiences, as well as enabled by technologies such as blockchain and NFTs and cryptos. You know, when you're operating in a virtual environment, the biggest thing that you need is trust. And the trust problem is today's time is being solved by things such as cryptos, NFTs, et cetera, where you can buy something and believe that you actually own it, and there's no other copy that's available. On the other hand, there's another thing that's happening is the experience, which is evolving rapidly. And this experience is pretty much around fooling people into believing that the virtual experience that they're having is very similar to the real world experience. So, for example, in a recent Augmented World Expo that happened recently, they had gloves which you can wear, and you can actually feel as if a pet is putting your paw on your hand. Or, for example, you can feel raindrops on your hand. So and not just feeling like this haptic touch, you can actually, there are solutions which can make you feel the smell of the environment that you're in. You can smell roses, you can smell fire, you can smell a burnt sort of marshmallow, if you will, if you're in a camping sort of virtual experience. So all of this technology has started evolving. And as a result, there's a role for all of us to play in this, right? And technology providers like yourself will need to create solutions which can help companies participate in that metaverse. And what is the participation looking like? If you are keeping up with it, you will find that there's an environment such as Decentraland, where people are buying virtual land and putting real dollars behind it. I mean, personally, it's not for me, but if my kid grows up and the way they are valuing the virtual things, they will find it absolutely okay to put like real dollars behind some virtual piece of land. Companies such as Dolce & Gabbana and Prada and Gucci, they have been selling their fashion stuff for millions of dollars. In fact, Dolce & Gabbana recently sold a line of products for $5.7 million in virtual environments. So you can imagine how crazy this thing has become. Most likely, it's going to be given importance by the people who believe in virtual things, who kind of assign value to sort of these things. So they are going to be buying this. But as providers, what you have to do, if you are working with a high fashion retailer or a gaming company or someone else, then they will need solutions, they need capabilities, and it will not just the virtual environment. There are a ton of things that go in the physical world, for example, even IoT or blockchain or sort of AR, VR capabilities that you need to become very, very familiar with, and that's where the capabilities world is going to come to for us to provide them. In fact, just yesterday, it was, of course, an India-specific function, but Mark Zuckerberg, who has launched Meta recently, or rather rechristened Facebook to Meta, and as they're building the solution out, he said that India will have a significant role to play. And if India will have a role to play, I'm sure Hyderabad has a pretty good role to play in that as well. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation. Thank you for your patient listening, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you. Please do stay on stage. Thank you for catalyzing the thought of future partnerships and the potential of future partnerships between principals and service providers. And my mind's abuzz with all of the words that you used: digital convergence, IoT strategy, tech strategy. Thank you for joining us today. And I'm going to request Mr. Shashi Reddy to join us on stage and help felicitate you. Mr. Shashi Reddy.
Thank you, Shobha.
Managing Committee Member and VP Engineering Qualcomm.
Hi, Shashi. Yeah, thank you.
We have a memento of our appreciation from HYSEA and from ICICI Bank as well.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Ashutosh.
everyone.
I would now like to invite our next speaker. Here to deliver the industry keynote is Mr. Anil Bhansali, VP Engineering and Head of India Development Center, Google Cloud India. He's going to talk about how cloud computing is going to evolve as digital transformation gains steam. Anil joined Google in April 2020. He's grown and scaled and coordinated software development efforts for Google Cloud in India. He's also expanding and advancing Google Cloud services that are used by customers in more than 150 countries worldwide. Prior to joining Google, Anil was corporate VP of the Asia Cloud division. He was also the site leader for the development center in India, where he led engineering efforts across Asia, Windows, Search, and Office, with nearly 30 years of development, 30 years of experience in product development. Please put your hands together for Mr. Anil Bhansali.
Can I have a slides, please? So good morning, everyone. Really, it's an honor to be in the company of such distinguished speakers from industry, academia, and government, as well as all the delegates who are here. It's, of course, also very exciting to finally be able to do something face-to-face. It's almost been 2 years since I got a chance to actually kind of be on a stage and present. So, over the years, Hyderabad has emerged as a major hub of software development, and it's extremely heartening to see that there is that there is recognition of the impact that the organizations here are having. Today's topic, where I'm talking about the evolution of the cloud computing, is extremely relevant. Over the past 18 months, we've seen big changes in the way we work and the way we interact with our customers. And as we step back at Google Cloud, we saw the incredible changes that are happening due to COVID, not only in how people worked during the lockdown, but also how software developers and IT practitioners innovated across their businesses. Now, these changes acknowledge that our economic recovery will look different from its past. And through these changes, boards and executives have also recognized that this recovery will be a catalyst for transformation in fast forward, and the cloud is going to be the center of this transformation. So, cloud just happens to be the latest in the series of innovations that have started way back in the 15th century. I mean, you can argue that the printing press, which came in 1450, started the first wave and use of technology, which was followed, of course, by several waves of industrialization. In the middle of 20th century, finally saw the advent of computers. What is worth noting, though, that with the increase in the power of computation, these innovation cycles are becoming shorter and shorter. And today, with the power of cloud, we are looking at bringing in change at a scale and pace that we've never seen before. It's sort of, I think, worthwhile looking at a brief kind of trace out the journey of cloud computing. When it first started, it was all about, the cloud virtual machine, if you may, the VM cloud era, where new companies, and mostly startups, realized that they could forego buying and operating hardware of their own and just start in the cloud. This was a key catalyst, and many of the native cloud companies that we all rely on today basically started at that stage. And by the end of the first VM cloud era, it became very rare to see any startup, for example, operating their own data centers. In the next phase, what's been building out over the last decade or so is the infrastructure cloud era. This has mostly been defined by organizations migrating their IT infrastructure to the cloud, which is taking the servers and migrating and moving it to the cloud, shifting their existing data estate and data storage to the cloud. But outside of this shift, it's still pretty much remained more or less the same, where it's all about taking your existing workloads, your old school email, your calendar, file servers, and other workloads, and kind of having it run on the cloud. And while this hasn't really changed or made a big paradigm shift in the way companies used to operate, it really has been quite important because it's, first of all, enabled cost savings as things can scale up and down as needed. It's led to faster development without having to do long-term infrastructure planning. It's led to improvements in security and the ability to redirect more people and other resources to building new capabilities versus simply managing infrastructure. We've also seen, like in the last decade of infrastructure cloud, companies sort of kind of divided into two groups. Those who migrated much of their infrastructure, who are to the cloud, and they're continuing to thrive. And there are a set of companies that ignored this migration and are sort of being left behind and are now compelled to actually kind of move into this phase. Having said that, while the ROI of these early cloud migrations have been important, it hasn't delivered on the competitive, transformative, or disruptive results many had hoped for. It hasn't fundamentally changed how business leaders and employees work outside of IT. This is because simply migrating and lifting and shifting existing workloads does not catalyze a digital transformation. Ultimately, digital transformations are not simply about leveraging cloud infrastructure. The really interesting conversations are about how we get to what we call what we think of as the third phase of cloud computing, and it's the transformation cloud, where we are not just making an infrastructure decision, but truly embedding the need and capability to transform throughout the company. Digitization is now fundamental, and this phase moves from what might have been a top-down corporate strategy and an initiative for infrastructure and cost optimization to fully infusing transformation and enabling and empowering every person and teams in the organization to transform. So as we look at this transformation cloud, there are some key questions that come up. To start up, one of the first questions is around how do we get to be smarter in the way we operate? Today we have a significant amount of data in a bunch of different places, but it's still only a very small subset of analysts or machine learning experts or AI experts who can do machine learning models who can deliver the insights and make decisions in real time. Instead, the need of the hour is to democratize this data and put the data in the hands of every employee to help catalyze transformation and solve the most important and impactful opportunities in our industry. Another key question that we need to answer is how we transform while maintaining the freedom to adapt based on market needs. Today, we have complex environments that have rapidly evolving requirements, legacy apps that need modernization, a mix of proprietary technologies and vendor solutions, some resources on premises, some in a hybrid environment across multiple clouds, and newer scenarios which are evolving as we look at edge solutions with the advent of 5G. So there's a significant need to provide organizations the freedom to choose technology and cloud configuration of their choice as they build their transformation roadmaps. How we connect better with people, or how we connect people overall better, basically, is another area that is exceedingly important. For many of us, work is no longer going to a physical place. The interactions that we used to have in person are more and more getting digitized. Office workers no longer have these impromptu conversations as they're walking towards the coffee machine or walking to meetings. Frontline workers, like delivery specialists or construction workers, and are relying more and more on phones to get their jobs done. Customer interactions, like doctors treating patients, are moving online. Now, these trends are accelerating how organizations use technology to deliver services to their constituents. And finally, another key question, basically, and the thing that's getting a lot of attention is around security. How do we evolve our security practices to protect everything that matters to us, our people, our customers, our data, our customers' data, and each of the transactions that we undertake? And how do we do so while maintaining and meeting all of the data sovereignty, regulatory compliance, and governance requirements? So at Google Cloud, we are addressing each of these questions with our transformation cloud, which centers around 4 key pillars: the data cloud, the open cloud, the collaboration cloud, and the trusted cloud. So let's take a quick look at how this kind of pans out for us. Starting with the data cloud. Data is the essential ingredient for all global businesses and is the primary driver for business transformation. across analytical and transactional applications. Once generated, it powers deeper AI-driven business insights, helps companies make better real-time decisions, and is also the basis for how companies build and run their data-driven applications. And unifying this data across the organization is fundamentally at the heart of the data cloud. Now, Google's database solutions offer built-in automated intelligence, resiliency, and serverless features that provide self-driving and self-optimization capabilities for your Cloud SQL, Bigtable, and Spanner databases. Our smart analytics solutions allow companies to democratize access to all their business data using combination of BigQuery, of course, to run their analytics at petabyte scale, and with self-service visualization with technologies like Looker, providing accelerated time to insights. And with the leading AI solutions portfolio, Google helps businesses commit to business outcomes like saving calls, improving customer experiences, preventing fraud, or increasing manufacturing efficiency. When you look at the open cloud, here the discussion is shifting from why move to cloud to which cloud architecture. The vast majority of organizations will use a combination of clouds and open source software rather than rely on a single vendor or a single service provider or a closed technology stacks for their needs. For those who are still making a concerted effort to standardize their environments, it is inevitable that they will need to support multiple clouds and embrace open source as their business evolves. Whether it's through corporate acquisitions or through influx of line of business applications acquired by departmental leads outside of centralized IT, it is next to impossible to maintain a purely technology stack, pure technology stack. An open architecture will allow organizations to maximize their customer experiences by hedging against inevitable cloud outages and taking advantage of strengths of technologies wherever they're running. Now, the cloud gives companies a faster way to technically meet their customer needs. An open cloud transforms the way they operate the business, instilling freedom in how they innovate and drive differentiated customer experiences. Now, Google has invested deeply to unlock innovation for our customers through open source. Our modern cloud infrastructure is based on Kubernetes at its core and our strong support for Istio and Knative, and have formed the base of our leading services like Google Kubernetes Engine, our managed application platform with Anthos, Cloud Run, and Cloud Functions. We firmly believe and encourage a multi-cloud hybrid architecture that is designed to quickly adapt as organizations evolve, from a managed application platform to a fully managed serverless data warehouse like BigQuery. Customers can harness the power of data and AI through our open APIs, machine learning services, and analytics engines on any of the major cloud providers. Now, a transformation cloud isn't just about technology, it's about people and culture as well. Customers understand that a successful transition into a new era of work hinges on how they keep their people engaged, productive, connected, and create new ways to serve their own customer needs. This forms the basis for the collaboration cloud, where Google's Workspace provides a reimagined work environment that supports a mix of in-person and remote workers and customer interaction with immersive digital and mobile experiences and also flexible hardware solutions. It also provides helpful integrated tools that let people focus, maximize their time, and better understand the customers as they operate in a world with fewer boundaries between work and personal life. The Collaboration Cloud also provides new ways to strengthen human connections across and beyond organizational boundaries and support everyone to equally participate, collaborate, and share ideas. And finally, it also provides transformative digital experiences that help companies connect with their customers, partners, and everyone else that is crucial to their organization's success. Now, as I mentioned, one of the areas that is gaining a lot of attention of late is security. And at Google Cloud, we help defend your data against threats and fraudulent activity using the same infrastructure and security services we use for our own operations, and thereby empowering organizations with advanced capabilities that would otherwise be unavailable to all but the most well-resourced organization. For us, our trusted cloud is built on three pillars. The first is a secure platform that delivers transparency and enables sovereignty. We provide a secure foundation that you can verify and independently control, enables you to move from your own data centers to cloud while maintaining control over your data and your operations, and helps support compliance and with local regulations, depending on where you are hosting your data. The second key part is a proven zero trust architecture where we offer battle-tested technology that helps to comprehensively protect users and data against many types of threats that Google sees and defends against every day. As a result, you can operate with confidence that threats from ransomware, from account takeovers, bots, phishing, and even more advanced attacks are minimized or are detectable and easily recoverable. And finally, we operate in a shared fate model for risk management in conjunction with our customers. We believe that it's our responsibility to be active partners as our customers deploy securely on our platform and not just delineators of where our responsibility ends. We stand with the customers from day one, helping them implement best practices for safely migrating and operating in our trusted cloud. Now, cloud is spurring digital transformation across multiple industries and sectors, ranging from healthcare to retail to manufacturing. We're also seeing the impact of cloud in the way governments across the world basically are adopting technology to better serve their citizens. And I mean, you can share examples, and I'm not going to go through all of these things basically, but it doesn't matter which industry you take. Take retail as an example. Cloud is helping in better ways to search and discover, provide recommendations, demand forecasting and inventory optimizations. In healthcare, with the transformation we are seeing, especially with COVID and the last 18 months, significant advances in the areas of telehealth, drug discovery, and other areas of transformation, including creation of clinical data lakes and biomedical analysis. All of these things are powered by cloud. And now these kind of transformational shifts are happening across sectors. And at Google, with our focus on industry-ready solutions, we are at the core of these transformation across multiple industry verticals that you can see on the screen here. Now, clearly we're seeing a significant change in the use of cloud and the way it can be leveraged to achieve transformation. And while over the last decade or so, we've seen a huge growth, a significant growth in the cloud overall, but I mean, I think that's still the tip of the iceberg, and we expect this thing to grow multifolds in the years to come. And all fueled by what we see as the emerging transformation cloud and all the things that we just talked about. Now, we are seeing tremendous success with leading companies embracing the transformation cloud, moving their businesses well beyond infrastructure and migrating in fast forward towards the next era of their cloud evolution. This is an era where no company is better positioned to lead in the data cloud, the open cloud, the collaboration cloud, and the trusted cloud than Google. Google Cloud is easy to use with an intuitive user experience and deep focus on automation. Comes with ready, customized industry solutions to help tackle an industry or sector's toughest challenges. Also happens to be the cleanest cloud in the industry with tools and investments in technology that will foster a carbon-free future for everyone. So with that, I'd like to conclude and thank everyone for the opportunity to be part of the Innovation Summit. Google has been part of the vibrant HYSEA family for a while. And during the past year, we've made significant investments in our Hyderabad center. It's a very, very key part of our overall strategy of growth. And we will continue to see significant growth here in the years to come. And of course, we will continue to look forward to our association with HYSEA. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing with us those details. I'm sure cloud computing is definitely going to enable and empower businesses to achieve their digital transformation goals. I am, however, obsessed and consumed with this one singular thought. Can I get a discount on the $7.99 package that I take for TV on the cloud? Jokes apart, thank you very much for joining us today. And I'm going to request Mr. Bipin Chandra Pendyala, Managing Committee Member, HYSEA, and CHRO to join me, CHRO in Venio, to join me on stage and help felicitate Mr. Anil. We have a small memento of our appreciation from HYSEA and ICICI Bank. Thank you so much. Let's take this morning forward with a panel discussion on investing in innovation. I'm going to request our panelists to join us one by one on stage as I introduce them. May I request our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Prashant Nandela, to join me on stage. Prashant has over 2 decades of experience across service delivery, digital transformation, product development and management, new business setups in technology and financial services industry. He has led global business processes, massive transformational change initiatives in top brands like Cognizant, D.E. Shaw, UBS, HPGE. Prashant is a disruptive thought leader and is well known in the industry for his ability to design creative business solutions for Fortune 500 clients with a digital mindset. Who better than this dynamic people leader with a data-driven, solution-oriented mindset and a humane touch to his operating style to moderate this discussion? Give us a moment while we have the stage set up. I think we've got that right there. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Prashant. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Prashant. Our next panelist is a civil and environmental engineering graduate from Andhra University. He graduated in agricultural engineering from Texas A&M. He initially worked as an air resources engineer in Greater Los Angeles area for California Air Resources Board. In 2001, he established Arca Media Works with Mr. Prasad Devineni and has produced television content in 6 languages. His claim to fame, several prestigious awards as a producer at the Indian Film Festival of Melbourne, Telstra People Choice, National Film Award for Best Feature Film Bahubali, Nandi Award for the Best Feature Film Vedam, Nandi Award Best Popular Feature Film Maryada Ramana. May I please request Mr. Shobhu Yarlagada, CEO, Arca Media Works, to the stage as our panelist. Joining them on stage is CEO T-Hub, Mr. M. Srinivas Rao, a serial entrepreneur with over 3 decades in the IT industry. He's co-founded August in 2008, a 100% wholly owned subsidiary of the NSE in March 2019, board member and part of the promoter network at Natural Solutions, NetSol, which was acquired by IBM in 2005. He's now working on building a world-class innovation ecosystem movement. All yours, Prashant, investing in innovation.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be with 2 esteemed gentlemen here, both experts in their space and field that they've been here, and constantly kept up to innovation and creating something new on a periodic basis. So, I was talking to them yesterday and I said, I have the boring job of working for somebody, and you guys work for yourself and create jobs for others, right? So it's interesting to sort of have that perspective as we go along to this conversation. So, the topic today clearly is, innovation and how, get a perspective of how it's sort of reflecting in our reality and what's happening in this space. I've been told I have 25 minutes, so I'll try to cover this in 25 minutes as much as possible and try to get as much as possible from our esteemed panel here. The world is changing at such dramatic pace, irrespective of which industry. We've seen Anil talk a little bit about cloud and how it's sort of changing the world across industries. But one fundamental piece is every legacy industry is being disrupted completely, and you can't be in your comfort zone ever, right? So, and a lot of it is driven by commercial model transformations, business model transformation, and clearly underpinned by core technology which is changing the way businesses are being worked. And all of this cannot be possible, is not possible if access is not provided on a democratized manner to people to skill themselves, to people to buy software, and people to sort of use that in meaningful business outcomes. Having said that context, I wanted to sort of bring in Mr. Shobu. So we've been discussing a little bit, and I think what will be interesting for us to sort of get a perspective from you is there's a lot of innovation happening in the media space, and you've been in this space, set up this organization along with Prasad Garu, and then doing a lot of innovation in media and in film production and streaming and OTT industry. I want to get a sense from you in terms of how you thought about this idea and how is technology playing a big role in driving these outcomes. And how do you think about creating something on your own and using partner networks to create that competency and bring things together to drive the value to whatever you're trying to deliver from a business outcome standpoint? Yeah, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a very interesting and topic that it's close to my heart, innovation and technology. Coming to movie production and media industry, there's a lot of disruption happening. Some things are very obvious, like the Netflix streaming OTT platform, between Netflix, Amazon, and all the other streaming platforms, how the entire distribution of content has changed. And especially over the pandemic, people have got more and more accepting is watching it at home rather than going to theaters. So it's become a challenge for filmmakers to decide whether you want to put a film in theaters or how do you distribute your content, basically? What is the content like? So today when we are looking at scripts, we are looking at scripts and saying, is this meant for in-home viewing through distribution platforms like Netflix, or can this make it to the theaters? So those are choices that we're being forced to make because of disruptions in technology. Coming to production itself, there's a lot happening in terms of how content is produced. It's coming. Initially, when we produced Bahubali, there was game engine technology that we used with Unreal for pre-visualizing the entire sequence. Especially the war sequence, we pre-visualized it. That itself was an innovation. That's in 2015, 2014, when the entire 20 minutes of Sting was 3D visualized in 3D environment, so that shot to shot you could actually replicate it in the physical set very easily. And you know how much time it will take. Scheduling was easy, budgeting was easy, and the director knew exactly what shot he had to make it. And that has now moved to virtual production environments now, where you take that previous environment in better quality and take it, and once it's set and the director is happy with it, you finish it in all its glory and then project it on an LED screen and then capture the whole thing in screen VFX. So the post becomes simpler. So the entire real-time pipeline of filmmaking is evolving. So let's say a filmmaker wants to shoot somewhere he has a backdrop in New York. He doesn't need to travel to New York. Especially with the COVID environments, he can just create an LED environment, a real-time environment here, and the camera can capture exactly that environment. So that's one major this thing. Then there's a lot of innovation happening in marketing. Marketing of the film, that when we pioneered Bahubali, we moved it from a significant, predominantly a regional film, to a national thing. And today, many films are following that path and trying to get a pan-India audience. But that was possible predominantly because of social media, the disruption in social media, where we less dependent on conventional media like television and print or outdoor, but more focused on creating a community of fans that were our evangelists. So there's a huge, and that is even finding more and more traction now, and going forward that's amplified more and more, where social media is playing a very key role, and how you manage your community, fan communities, and how you innovate with them, how you keep them engaged is driving a lot of marketing dollars that side. So I think I'll leave it at here for the time being. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's such a phenomenal brand, pan-India brand, pan-world brand actually, right? I've seen a lot of audience viewing Bahubali globally. So it's become a brand name, a house name, and I agree with you. How it's been realized to the extreme potential that we could have realized, right? And I think we spoke about real-time streaming, with real-time production. All of these have significant influence in terms of time to market, friction in the industry because you don't do so many retakes as what you used to do before. More move to pre-production. So it's just making sure that we are more effective and efficient in what you do, right? So I'm glad that you've been a pioneer in trying to push some of that in this market today. So switching gears, right, I'd like to bring in Srinivas Rao Garu. Obviously, he's been an entrepreneur, sold a few companies, been a chief mentor for mentoring a bunch of startups, and now the CEO of T-Hub. We've seen both worlds, helping companies scale and grow, mentoring them, coaching them, and you created something on your own, and obviously sold them at the right time, right? I wanted to get your perspective in terms of, in today's world where this capital is in abundance, maybe that was not the same several years back when you set up something and sort of created something on your own. From an investor point of view, what do investors look for in investments today? And from obviously people are creating something, what should they think through to create a successful entrepreneurship, right? So maybe we can spend a few minutes to get your perspective, Srinivas Rao Garu.
Thanks, Prashant. And Shobha Garu, I'm going to ask Shobha Garu how he did this, and he needs to come and talk to some of our entrepreneurs, right? Building a truly pan-India, actually a pan-global brand. Yeah, so I think there's no secret sauce, right? If it was a secret sauce, if it was like a formula like Coke, for example, everybody would pick it up and do it, right? So honestly, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all response to the question, Prashant, but I'll try, okay? So I think if you want to build a business of scale, and I think you have a great example sitting next to you between us, right? So I think first is, I guess, investors look for the team, right? The quality of the team, the quality of their thinking, the ambition. Can you hear me? Yeah. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, so investors look for many things, right? So, but obviously the first and foremost thing they look for is the team, right? So, in terms of if you have a team which brings in several capabilities, somebody who's deeply tech, somebody who understands the market, somebody who understands how to raise money, somebody who understands how to globalize, so that's a good combination to have. So one is team. Second is the power of the idea, right? Is it something where you can build it? Is it solving, a small problem, but it solves that very efficiently, very cost effectively, and can disrupt by being, for example, the lowest cost producer, right? Or is it something which is going to create a paradigm shift, right? So think about a Tesla, for example, right? It's just completely disrupted the IC market, right? And when you think about it, right, it's paradoxical. The first vehicles which were produced were actually electric vehicles, almost 125 years ago, right? But the cost of production was not viable at that time, and that's when the IC engines came in. And now I think it's happening faster than we think it's happening, right? And we have a few startups we're working with at T-Hub. One of them is built an electric three-wheeler. It's just commercialized. He's launching in the US market. We have another guy who's built an all-terrain EV, right? And if you look at the economics, right, the total cost of ownership is just going to blow away conventional, IC manufacturers. So pretty much in every area, right? So team, the quality of the idea, scale, right? Then of course all the other things, right? Which is the market large enough, right? And what's the cost of customer acquisition? What is lifetime value, right? What is your, all the other standard metrics in terms of how do you get a hockey stick effect and all of that. So I look at it like this. Broadly, there are 5 or 6 things which a startup has to think about, right? If you want to build scale. First of all, is the market large enough for what you're building? How are you different? Are you getting into a really crowded space? Even if you're in a crowded space, how can you differentiate, right? So those are factors. other standard things, and I use borrowing a leaf from some of our, I won't name the person, but you know whom I'm talking about. But using some acronyms, right? So you need a startup to be successful. You need a large market, right? First, you need access to money. You need access to mentors, right? You need access to, and I have to be politically correct here, you need access to manpower, right, or talent, right? And then, of course, you need motivation. And more importantly, in today's world, it's about partnerships, right? It's very hard for you to try and do everything on your own. So you have to figure ways and means to have partnerships. And if you look at disruption, it's pretty much there in every space, right? And we can talk about that. We can talk about that till the cows come home, as they say, right? You think of AI, you think of blockchain, you think of mobility, you think of healthcare, you think of quantum, you think of RPA, right? You think of 5G, etc. So disruption is around us, right? And opportunities exist. In fact, after I was listening to Shobhu this morning, I've got 2 ideas, and I'm now sorely tempted to think maybe should do a third gig.
No. Thank you, Srinivas Raguru. I know, there's no magic silver bullet for this. I think it's about trying to make sure we have the right idea. I think everything starts from an idea, and then how we sort of have a team to fulfill the idea and execute it to reality. Maybe just teeing off from there, there are several ideas in the market. So some of them are, technology is becoming an intrinsic part of everything that we do. I don't want to sort of, put you on the spot, but there are so many new technologies that everybody's hearing to, right from quantum computing to, DLT to obviously deep learning and AI has been there forever. IoT has been there forever. When you start looking at these ideas, and obviously there is a bunch of ideas on the media side, right, which we have VFX and stuff that's sort of shaping. And obviously cloud is sort of underpinning everything that we do today, right? So with all these elements today, are you seeing adoption of one or more of these technologies pretty much in almost a large section of these ideas, or just wanted to get your perspective on.
So let me just step back and try and give you a pan-India view, right? So obviously, on one hand, everyone talks about unicorns and all that, right? I've lost count. I think the last time I saw it was some 69, etc. Many of them are fairly conventional models, but they've got the advantage of building to scale and all of that. But interestingly, and this is something which is not getting talked about a lot, right? And I'm hoping forums like HYSEA will, kind of get the idea out in the open. There are 2,100 deep tech startups in India today.
Deep tech.
Deep tech, right? Across, I think, something like 15 or 16 different sectors, right? So we have companies doing, and let's start with blockchain, which is now the flavor of the day, right? So we are talking about blockchain, and everybody is caught up in this crypto hype and all of that. But think about blockchain and how it can change lives and government, how it can change the B2C, the B2B, the G2C, the government to customer interface. So let's take, for example, something like land records, right? We know across India that's a problem, right? And blockchain, if you align blockchain with something like a GIS, that can just transform lives. So I think about blockchain very differently. I think about blockchain from a transparency, immutability standpoint, and think about how it can be used in supply chain, think about how it can be used for smart contracts. That's one example. And we have some outstanding, there are 37 blockchain startups in Hyderabad alone. 37 in Hyderabad alone.
I didn't know that. This is 37 of them?
Yeah,
Wow, yeah.
37, right? And doing some really interesting work across and very, very specific use cases. So that's one example. Let's talk about AI. If you look at the back part of the hall, you'll see another T-Hub startup called HYREX, right at the end, right? So using AI to automate the hiring process, right? You know this pretty well, right? What a challenge it is in this, when the war for talent is so acute. How can you automate? How can you reduce? How can you increase the offer to join ratios and all of that? So AI is being used in a big, big way. Let's talk computer vision, right? It's been around forever, right? and very close to some of the work you're doing, Shobhu, but it's again changing. Think about, a scenario like this, right? For example, you're driving in a country where you don't know the language, but you have signboards there. And think about how you can use Google Translate and computer vision. Just imagine how you can manage that. So there are incredible work being done in each of these areas. We all know what happened in COVID, right? When was the last time you went and actually saw a doctor for a consultation, right? So the whole digital health thing. And once you start thinking about how you can marry biometrics, for example, to smart devices, the whole paradigm of healthcare will start to change. Again, there are very many interesting startups whom, for example, even we are working with at T-Hub, right? So, for example, one of them is building a wearable, right, which allows you to monitor all your vitals, your standard things on SpO2 and diastole, systole, all of that, but also things like managing India has 130 million diabetics, right? Close to 10% of our population is diabetic. So this one allows you to do non-invasively measure your sugar and HbA1c on a daily basis. It allows you to do an ECG on the fly, right? So there is innovation happening, right? Similarly, think about metaverse. We were talking about it, right? We talked about NFT, right? RPA, in your business, for example, it's how it's changing things. So there is innovation everywhere, right? And I think both product companies and service companies, you've seen that in your business too, right?
Absolutely. Thank you, Srinivas Rao Garu. Coming back to you, Shobhu Garu. So, while you said this mammoth enterprise and you sort of changed the way the production industry is being reimagined, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people replicating the same model across the globe, right? Or some of them already had a head start to it, which you tried to replicate here. Having said that, you do your, I've been talking to you and I know that you do a lot of personal investments on your own. How do you look at your own investments and which space are you investing in and what is your rationale of what you chase?
For me, it's been, in terms of space, I've been space agnostic. But primarily what I look for is the person and the team and how passionate they are with the idea, how close it is to their heart. And of course, how I need to basically connect with the people, the team, and whether I can individually find a connect, a personal connect, and how earnest and how driven they are to execute this idea. For me, that's really what strikes it. And of course, from there, whether the idea, how innovative the idea is, what is the market, like MS Garu said, what is the market scale, how can they really scale. So all that comes there, but for me, primarily it's the team and how invested the team is in this idea and how passionate they are with this idea. So that's been my driving this.
Got it. Any interesting ideas that you want to share with this group that you think you invested?
I mean, we invested. What I also come to realize is startups is a very long-term. It takes a long time. It's not as glamorous as it looks from outside. So the kind of to nurture them and give them the time and the space to evolve, and then of course the monies have to come in at the right time. It's a long process. So you really need to be patient with it. But I've been some of the companies like Suno India, which I've invested in, which is a podcasting company. They work in a very niche podcast, very current information, current news, very niche subjects like adoption, healthcare. So I really like them. There are a couple of journalist couple that started it. Then there is from T-Hub, which came out, Add-on More, which was, so I was one of the early investors in Add-on More, which does, they do advertising, outdoor advertising, but driven by technology and based on geolocation. How do you position the right ads in the right location, stuff like that. So I've been on Muse wearables. It's a watch again that's come from Chennai, this thing. They've been, so it's been quite a spectrum of technology, this thing.
Interestingly, most of this is B2C space, right? So clearly there is tons of value to be harnessed there. I think time for one question to each of you all, and then we can have some closing comments. Srinivas Rao Garu, So we spoke a little bit about NFTs, right? About social presence and how things, maybe it's a question jointly to both of y'all. Talk a little bit about, I wanted to get a sense from how real is this? Where do you think NFTs will start, becoming more popular? There's a lot riding on it, a lot of speculation, a lot of hype. Non-fungible tokens, along with crypto, right? Which is sort of the other side of the equation where we can debate good or bad, yes or no, but the way Bitcoin sort of ramped up over the last 7 years has been mind-boggling, right, in terms of how things have shaped up. But maybe we'll start with you and get Shobhu Garu in a little bit about, where do you see use cases of NFT and, how are people thinking about this and how technology is shaping some of this business, right?
Sure. Thanks, Prashant. We have somebody from, do we have anyone from Gartner here in the audience? No.
No, I don't think
Gartner? No, okay. I saw the analyst from Forrester, I think we're here. No, so Gartner puts out this hype cycle, right?
Yeah.
So I was reading this about a couple of weeks ago. And they had NFT on the, they have this curve, right? A bell curve kind of thing. So I think the ones on the right are some slow or despair or whatever, or disillusionment or something. And they had NFT on peak of inflated expectations. Okay. But having said that, right, I think honestly it's something which the idea whose time has come. Okay. I think it's just a question of figuring out how to, there are so many use cases which I think can be looked at. For example, this whole circular economy, for example, is a good use case. Then, for example, if you take even the city of Hyderabad, right, we have so much history, right? And there will be so many people who would be willing to pay for, owning a piece of the Charminar or Salarjung Museum or, something else. So I think it's an idea whose time has come. Obviously, the regulatory framework is something which, as you know, is currently under debate in Parliament. And once that happens, I think, it will take off. Of course, we'll have lots of Prabhases and Bahubalis out there as well.
Absolutely.
No, I think NFTs are there for here to stay. Since March, I think this year is just blown out of proportion, and so there's a lot of hype. But I think it will slowly settle down, and a lot of multiple use cases, especially in the creative industry, from art to music to filmmaking. One is as simple as owning a memorabilia, artist memorabilia, or a piece of. It could be as simple as owning a piece of Bahubali and stuff like that. But I think more use cases will come where in gaming we can own an asset instead of just buying one asset. I can trade on the asset. So I buy a sword. I can now, instead of just owning the sword by myself, I can sell the sword to somebody else. I've gone 10 levels and I've got a sword. But somebody else doesn't have that bandwidth, time to go, or intention to play 10 levels, but he wants that sword. So there's a value out of I can derive and sell it for a premium. And also, I think one of the big things is when it becomes the artist or a musician who creates it, every time that's traded, he can put it in the smart contract how much he wants to make out of it, right? So there's a recurring income coming back to the artist. And I think that's a huge value to the artist today. And especially artists with small but very strong fan base who find it hard to put their content out there will find it very easy and very remunerative for them to create content and derive from it. So there are multiple use cases. I think it's not just, there's a fad also in terms of GIFs getting a lot of value. That probably will die, but a lot of real life use cases will start making their presence felt.
Got it. And we were talking about Axie Infinity some time ago, right? Maybe your thoughts on how that, gaming and how social profiling and avatar creation and valuation increase and how that's going to shape?
Yeah, I think like Axie Infinity is a play to earn game. And I think that's a huge transformation now. Earlier, people were playing to enjoy the game. Now, people are playing to earn. So I was just reading somewhere that people will ask, like 5 years down the road, kids will ask, you played for free, you never made any money out of it, and today people are making money out of it. And I think that's a huge incentive, and people are quitting their jobs to play games like Axie Infinity. And I think there's a whole economy being built inside this world, this meta world, where it replicates a real life economy, So there's scarcity, there's availability, based on scarcity, how much you value it. So I think gaming is going to change a lot in this process.
Absolutely. True meta, right? Earn value play and how things are shaping out in future. That's really good. Uh, I think we covered some interesting topics ranging across a variety of aspects. Any closing remarks from you, Srinivasa Garu?
No, I think I'll just make a call out to everyone here. Everyone here is part of the Hyderabad ecosystem, right? So we'll, look forward to your support. I think there's a lot of interesting work here. We need to do, I think we need to take a cue from what Chobu has done, how to figure out how to get, onto great entrepreneurs we have here on the national map, right? So some lessons from how to leverage social media and marketing and all of that from him.
Absolutely. And before I hand over to Shabu Garu, I was just reading some stuff and talking to a few investors. I think we're saying something around 101 unicorns next year, right? So it's just mind-boggling at what's going to be created. Just one fund said they're expecting 11 unicorns next year. So it's just the pace of evolution and pace of adoption and how things are shaping up. I think it's mind-boggling, for sure. Shabu Garu, from your side?
No, I think we're living in present and very exciting times, and technology is disrupting almost every area, especially my field in media and technology, media. So I'm actually calling out, Triple IT has started an incubation cell and mentoring cell for media startups using technology. So I'm being one of the chief mentors to mentor those startups. So I think it's an exciting, very exciting avenue. And I hope many more startups from Hyderabad, like Mr. said, go pan-India, become unicorns, and leverage all the technology and disruption that's available here. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, it's exciting. I don't know if Ramesh is around, but I think that's a great venture that you guys are partnering together. That's fantastic. Ramesh, you want to add something more on that topic? While Ramesh comes on board, I think I was talking to Shubhu Garu earlier, and he was saying that he's moving the entire productions ecosystem on cloud, right? So it's true adoption of cloud enablement and how cloud is being leveraged entirely to drive value. Over to you, Ramesh Garu.
Yeah, thank you, Prashant. Shobhu Garu, thank you so much for talking about it. We're very excited. There's a lot of, AI has a lot of solution areas, and one area we've been doing a lot of work in Triple IT is around computational cinematography on one side, and a lot of speech and language technologies on the other side. So things like automatic dubbing, subtitling. There's one technology that's gone public called Lip Sync, which Drake's recent video, which has been raking in like tens of millions of views in less than 2 weeks, was made using that technology. So you can make characters say things, deepfake technology. But so we've been thinking of having a focused effort on AI for media tech. And we reached Shobhu Garu, and Shobhu Garu is super supportive. Not surprising. I think they're extremely tech-savvy production group. And so not only did he come and support, he's also agreed to be the chief mentor. So we're going to announce the cohort, first cohort maybe in the next week or so. So we're looking at how find startups and also create solutions from research, both ways. Create startups from research, find startups that are in the media tech space and support them. And it'll be a fantastic combination. Somebody like Shobhu Garu involved, the whole Arca Media involved. And then we have a few other mentors. Technology, anyway, our process will be there. So that's the hope. Let's see. We're just starting it. We already know of at least 8-10 startups that would be in the first cohort. They're all in that space. And we hope to find more. So the next time we meet in a year from now, I hope we'll have some very, very good things to show, not just talk about. Maybe we'll have a stall, a few of those startups in the stalls as well. So Shobhu Garu, thank you so much. And Prashant, thanks for getting us
No, my pleasure. I think there's a lot happening in this ecosystem. Sorry, but there's a lot happening. So I think it needs industry, academia, and obviously mentors and leaders across the globe to sort of support the cause. I'm sure Hyderabad will be a rocking ecosystem going forward. Not that it's not already there, right? But I think it's enough inspiration for food for thought. I know Jay Garu is there in the, he sort of supports a lot of innovation forums across India. And I think, between people like all of us here, especially with the support we have on mentors, right? I think this industry is supposed to boom. And we can deliver a lot more from Hyderabad and create many more unicorns, I guess, going forward. So hopefully it was good food for thought, but if there are any questions, we can take one or two if anybody has any questions in the audience. I know I'm standing between tea and y'all, but if there are any questions to this panel, we can happy to take.
Yeah, that's just the brief on it, yeah.
Thanks, Ramesh.
Do we have Do we have any questions from the audience? A quick show of hands and we can have a mic arranged for you. Yes, can we have the mic here?
Thank you. Thank you. Great talk. This is a question for Shobhu Garu. I have a question for you, sir. A great talk, especially around the transformation of media, but we briefly touched upon the metaverse in my speech as well as you guys talked about. I wanted to understand what, according to you, will be at the intersection of, say, the virtual reality world that we are seeing in the metaverse as well as the production houses in the media and entertainment industry. If you think there's any plans that you will have to play in the virtual reality world in terms of creating content or having entertainment delivered through that.
Early on, like when we were doing Bahubali, we did some work with virtual reality. Actually, we did a virtual reality game and a 360-degree thing of the sets. We did where the audience could, fans could watch in 360-degree. And also we did a proper game built in virtual reality. But now with the metaverse coming in, I think we are trying to understand how to exploit the metaverse. So there's definitely the avatars and the NFTing them. But how do you make a Bahubali metaverse? And how do you create a fan community within the metaverse? It's a lot of exciting stuff, but it's very early, so trying to understand. But definitely have thoughts in that space. Absolutely. Landing in Mahishmati Kingdom or people having the opportunity to build something on their own, extra assets within them, giving them the blocks. So there's a lot of stuff they can do, build, earn, play, but it's definitely a lot more time consuming and money investment also is intensive. So we're still working on it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives on how innovation, disruptive technology are affecting your businesses, industries across the globe. May I request Mr. Sridhar Chunduri on stage to help felicitate our panelists. Sridhar is SVP and site leader for Wells Fargo and managing committee member, HYSEA. Welcome, Sridhar. Thank you so much for moderating the conversation on innovation. Prashant, this one's for you. Okay. So we have Mr. Shobhu Yarlagada there. Mr. M. Srinivas Rao, CEO T-Hub. One more. Yes, and now we have Mr. Prashant Nandyala. Thank you so much. Please do take your seats in the audience.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, for coffee.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will present to you a quick GCC keynote, a pre-recorded message from Ms. Jennifer Johnson, President and CEO, Franklin Templeton. What you will see is a short visual on Hyderabad as a talent hub in global landscape and its journey from a cost center to an innovation hub. Can we have the video, please?
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here today virtually and look forward to being in Hyderabad in person in the not too distant future. Let's see, the last time I visited your beautiful city was in 2019, and needless to say, the world has changed quite a bit since then, and Franklin Templeton is also a much different firm than we were 3 years ago. But our mission to help people all over the world achieve the most important financial milestones of their lives is something that hasn't changed. And we believe that how we deliver on that mission has continued to improve. India has long held a special place for us, and early on we saw tremendous potential. Our first office in India opened in 1995, and we have been in Hyderabad for close to 19 years. In those early days, India already had 20 million fund shareholders, and the middle class was rapidly growing and looking for new ways to invest. We recognized that the privatization of the fund industry in India represented a huge opportunity. We started with a handful of employees working with financial professionals to educate investors of the benefits of mutual funds. We've grown to become one of the largest private mutual fund operators in the country. India quickly became a source of extraordinary talent for us due to its demographic advantages, as well as the strong emphasis on education. We are extremely pleased with the caliber of employees we've been able to attract. All of the company's critical business functions have a presence in India. The country currently represents over 25% of our global workforce, and the average age of our India services companies is under 35. Those employees work on many diverse initiatives and are open to change and eager to learn. On a personal note, I fondly recall my first visit to Hyderabad and how impressed I was with the government's vision for the future, and I continue to be impressed by how that vision has become a reality. I even spent significant time living there with my family, and my children attended school there, and we fell in love with the city and the Indian culture. Franklin Templeton's presence in India continues to be one of our strengths as an organization. Our Hyderabad office in particular has grown to be the company's largest site, representing all lines of business and support FT customers across the world. And much like your country, Franklin Templeton has a long history of innovation and embracing technology. As a firm based in Silicon Valley, we're fortunate to have a front row seat to witness many of the latest innovations unfolding in real time. For example, artificial intelligence and big data analytics are transforming the way traditional asset managers source and utilize every bit of information for a competitive advantage. We've made a significant investment in data that is widely accessible to our specialist investment managers, many of whom have embedded data scientists working to provide investment edge in this rapidly changing world. We have also made strategic investments in promising fintech startups, as well as creating an on-premise fintech incubation center at our headquarters. The technologies that these companies are developing relate to blockchain, smart contracts, cybersecurity, data science, artificial intelligence, deep learning, alternative assets, crowdfunding platforms, NFTs, and wealth management. We intend to lead the industry in the shift to technology-enabled finance and believe the coming wave of mass personalization provides an incredible opportunity to customize our approach for a wider array of investors, including the ability to enhance support for financial professionals through digital servicing capabilities. We also know that tokenization and blockchain will be integral to the investment management process of the future. That's why we are building tools in the digital asset ecosystem. Unlike many in the space, we bring the resources, reach, and expertise to support this innovation from beginning to end, including regulatory, custody, digital wallet creation, and the legal and risk management structures required for long-term success. Specific to Hyderabad, many of our employees take initiatives to challenge the status quo to develop innovative ideas. Nearly 30 employees have recently formed a cross-functional group to examine blockchain and its applications to the asset management industry. We encourage and support such grassroots initiatives by our employees. And let me just wrap up by thanking you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. This Innovation Summit is a great way to network with colleagues and learn more about groundbreaking IT products and startups. At Franklin Templeton, we strongly believe that our long-term presence and commitment to India is an enduring story that will continue to unfold and grow over time. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
We're grateful to Ms. Johnson for having sent that video address across to us. We'll now move on to the video address by Ms. Vera Silva, CTO, GE Grid Solutions and Vice President, T&D Europe.
Good morning, good afternoon. Contributing. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak at the HYSEA Annual Innovation Summit 2021 being held at Hyderabad. At GE, we have a long history in India, and our engineering operations started in Hyderabad 2 decades ago, with talented teams working on software development, project engineering, product development, contributing to propose advanced solutions for the energy industry. Today, the role of our engineers will be even more important as GE helps to accelerate the energy transition. Within GE Renewable Energy and GE Grid Solutions, we work on all the different aspects of the energy transition. We're working on new generation technology like onshore or offshore wind, as well as inverters for photovoltaic. But we also work on the grid of the future, which is the backbone of this transition that's going to have to manage quite a lot of change in the way we generate, in the way we connect the energy flows, and helping us to enable more flexible and new collection of new types of loads to the grid. So we are with the team in Hyderabad solving what is today one of the world's greatest challenges. The team in Hyderabad is composed of people leaders, technical leaders, software architects, cybersecurity experts, principal and consulting engineers. We have program management activities, and they really developed a unique ecosystem with strong competencies in controls, in electronics, and in software. The GE Hyderabad engineering team is energized and very active team who is contributing from the start of the technology development up to the testing and implementation. One of the examples is the GE SCADA system, which is now the supervisory control system for every wind farm that GE delivers across the world. Our engineers support the energy industry in the region, but not only. They hold today global roles, ranging from global engineering operations for the business to technical lead and managing large and complex requisition projects, such as combined cycle power plants in Europe and in Asia. The Hyderabad team is also working diligently in the areas of innovation. They're fully engaged in the development of latest technologies and creating intellectual property for GE. So far, they filed 300 US patents. Today, we continue to grow our engagement in new technology programs, such as automation, developing new lab infrastructure, and I'm looking forward for visiting for the second time the GE team in Hyderabad next month and witness their progress and further increase that capability of supporting the business. GE Hyderabad has been associated with HYSEA for several years, and it has been a mutually collaborative and fruitful partnership. I wish HYSEA a continued success in this mission. Thank you very much.
We're grateful again to Ms. Vera Silva for her recorded message, where she talks about how Hyderabad is developing as an innovation hub and technology hub where electrification is concerned. We will now break for tea and a quick networking session. We are requesting participants to be back by 12:15 on the clock. And I'd also like to share with you that a photo booth has been specially created and installed right outside the hall to celebrate 30 years of HYSEA. Do round up your friends and colleagues and take interesting pictures. Thank you. I will see you at 12:15. Participants, dignitaries, representatives, request you to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the next segment of the HYSEA Innovation Summit. Request you to find your way back to your seats and please be seated. A very strong message now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin with the next segment of the panel discussions. Request all of you to settle down. Huh? Srini? Srini? No, I don't think so. Ladies and gentlemen, the final call. Request all of you to settle down. Welcome back. I'm going to request the QCity leadership to join me on stage. Our platinum event sponsors, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Malti from QCity. I head QCity. And I'm here to speak about QHub Startup Labs. What is QHub Startup Labs? It is a free incubation space offered to young entrepreneurs and early stage startups. And what do you get in QHub Startup Labs is an access to world-class amenities, an opportunity to meet with mentorship and networking and investors. Where is QHub Startup Labs? It's at QCity, an IT park at Gachibowli, with 8,000 employees working approximately. So friends, all the startups present here, for more details on QHub Startup Labs free startup spaces, you can visit our stall there or our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to play a quick global leader video from Mr. Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions. Can we have the video, please?
Good day. My name is Chris Perry, and I'm President of Broadridge Financial Solutions. On behalf of our nearly 14,000 associates around the world, I'd like to congratulate the Hyderabad Software Enterprises Association for their 29th year, and with almost 30 years of support for doing business around the world, where India acts as an incredible enabler for businesses globally. We're so proud of our association. Broadridge has been engaged with the organization for many, many years, and the way in which India as a country and your association enables businesses like Broadridge to be successful is profound. We would not be the 20 billion in market cap company that we are today if it were not for the amazing work of HYSEA. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, given the world that we're in, but I would really like to personally congratulate you for that work. I want to encourage you to continue to be the innovative organization that makes such a big difference in the way in which technology is enabling our world, and the way in which the intellect and the entrepreneurship of the resources that come from Hyderabad and throughout India make a difference. I want to really say thank you for all of that. Broadridge thanks you, and in fact, the world thanks you for the innovative nature that you are making a big difference in our world every day. Thank you again, and congratulations.
That video does bear testimony to how Hyderabad has grown as a talent hub. I will move on to introducing our panel. The panel will discuss on a vertical impact conversation and how multiple technologies are converging to impact different verticals and business models. I'm first going to invite to the stage the moderator for the panel. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ramesh Loganathan, Professor, Co-Innovation and Outreach at IIIT Hyderabad. After 25 years in the product R&D space, in December 2015, Ramesh moved full-time into academics. As Professor Co-Innovation, he heads Research Innovation Outreach at IIIT and Hyderabad, and he is helping start and grow Technology Transfer Office, Co-Innovation Labs, Entrepreneur on Residence Program, and the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Welcome, please do take a seat. I'd like to invite our next panelist, Mr. Amit Pathak, GM and board member, Pratt & Whitney, India. He is the site leader for Pratt & Whitney's customer training operations in the region covering South Asia and the Middle East. He is also the industry co-chair for the US-India Aviation Cooperation Program, ACP, Skills Development Subcommittee. Welcome, Mr. Amit Pathak. Our second panelist is Mr. V. Lakshmikant, MD, Broadridge, India, VLK, as he's more fondly known as. His leadership spans execution, product, technical innovation, and business strategy. He is a member of the Global Executive Leadership and heads the India Center, the largest location for Broadridge across the globe, where he is responsible for delivery of product development, innovation, and operations. And finally, on this panel, we have with us Mr. Gaurav Kataria, Chief Digital and Information Officer, Sai Life Sciences Limited. Gaurav has over 21 years of experience across digital transformation, technology, consulting, marketing strategy, strong operations capability. Currently with Sai Life Sciences, Gaurav is driving its digital and IT strategy in line with its vision and growth ambitions globally. Welcome to our panel, and over to you, Mr. Ramesh.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. For the next 45 minutes, we're going to be looking at vertical impact of emerging technologies and how the technologies play into what we do as an industry today. So, yeah. Yes. So, as an industry, I think we're getting much more mainstream, much more integrated into the either the client organizations or the parent organizations, and getting into more mainstream from being more of a back office development organization and other functions. We're increasingly getting more mainstream, more frontline in terms of the business, in terms of customer facing. And so I think it's no longer enough if, as an industry, if we just do what's been defined somewhere else. Right now, we are part of the whole definition process. And like right here, we have 3 leaders who have been with large organizations, and some like VLK been with only one organization, all his phenomenal career. And so they've seen this transformation. So that's what we're going to be discussing. Like we talk so much about AI, IoT, computer vision, language technologies, data sciences, all kinds of technologies. What does it mean for us? I mean, like vertical integration as in, how do we weave that into, 5 years back, 10 years back, we might have done such work, but somebody has defined already. We would have just been doing the implementing. Now we are integrating, we need to identify where some of these technologies can come into play in solving some of the business requirements or drivers, business drivers in the organization. So that's what we're going to be discussing. We have fantastic perspective. Of course, VLK comes with a whole lifetime of working in the fintech space. So understands the whole financial domain very well, and of course, technology applied to financial. Amit comes from the aerospace and the engineering, Honeywell earlier, and now with what was UTC Aerospace. Now I don't know what the name is. It's, I think, Raytheon Aerospace, Raytheon Tech. So, so Amit has that perspective in terms of as an engineering company, which again, like is a very traditional industry. You can't just jump and adopt new technologies because a lot of things are at risk there. Aerospace, you can't take chances. But still, they have to be using emerging technologies. So Amit comes from that perspective. And Gaurav has been in the engineering sector, now in the pharma sector. Again, a space where healthcare today is a serious adopter of some of these technologies. At IIT, we're doing work, many other institutions are doing computational drug discovery. How do you discover new drugs by using some of the models? So that's a space where there's a lot of opportunity for tech as well. So just to get started, I would request each of the panelists to just quickly introduce their background and connect their background to the topic, opening comments. So let's start with Amit. There's a mic there.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amit Pathak. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here among a lot of learned people, and I can see, very bright eyes and technology all through the conference. I think from an aerospace and defense perspective, all my experience has been with large multinationals, Honeywell, Cobham, now Raytheon Technologies and its division Pratt & Whitney. We go through a unique sort of experience right now. As you look at COVID and what we are going through, and I don't want this whole thing to be about COVID, but since that is something right in front of us, aviation industry has been one of the worst impacted. Which is a challenge in one side, but then also it throws up a lot of opportunities. And I think during the course of the discussion, we will talk about some of that. In general, I think aerospace and defense industry is seeing a huge connect with new age technologies. In the past, people used to view our sector as more like a sort of a brick and mortar kind of a industry, heavy manufacturing and so on. But as the future of flight is changing, as the future of war fighting, if you look at the defense side, is changing, where the future is going to be, you realize that there is a huge role that digital technologies are going to play. And it's across the spectrum. You look at how we make our products, but more importantly, how we support our products in the field, how we maintain our products and our customer fleets in the field. There is huge impact of some of these technologies. And I think during the course of this discussion, we will be talking about some specific examples where I can share with you how we are working with startups, we are working with some of the technical experts and bright minds like all of you here to solve problems that have existed in the industry for a long, long time. And just because the technology was not there, we didn't have a solution. Well, now we do. So thank you. I'll stop my comments here.
That's a fantastic point to wrap your introduction on. I mean, earlier was a time where, like, I think we're doing work that used technology has already existed. Now you're referring to problems where technology doesn't even exist, and we're looking at those problems. I think it's a fantastic state to be in as an industry. BLK, fintech is, again, almost always as conservative as the industry is because of being regulated. It's also an early adopter of technology. So your comments, BLK.
Sure. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks. Thanks, Ramesh, for the kind introduction. Thanks for calling me learned. So, part of the learned panel, so which is nice. That's one of the reasons I take these panel discussions, Ramesh. I've been with Broadridge for almost 15 years. Prior to that, with ADP and DE Shaw. So, like I said, been in the financial services industry for a very long time. And financial service industry is no stranger to technology. Because if you look at commerce as the underlying work that the financial industry does, which is moving capital very efficiently, right? Right from when it was a telegraph to telex lines, whatever, technology was always used for making the financial services industry better and frictionless. So that trend continues. Okay, I want to touch upon a couple of things. In the good old days, technology was an enabler. Today, it's probably the other way around, which is, for example, people like Goldman say that we are a tech company that happens to have a banking license. Okay, same thing with JPM. So, for example, Goldman has more engineers than Facebook or Twitter. If you take the spend of technology spend as a percentage of the operating cost, some of the banks would almost have 20% spend, similar to numbers like a Google or Amazon. So, I think we should stop thinking of fintech as some other industry. I think it's very integrated as part of the whole financial service industry. If you ask me, many things are happening. Obviously, use of all kinds of technology, AI, ML, blockchain, cyber security, you name it, it's all integral part of the. But I think the biggest change are in two spaces. One is in the payment space. Okay. Fact that today you can go in India anywhere and you can do a UPI and money gets transferred is unimaginable 10 years back. Okay, so I think look at the kind of change that is made. Okay, and that's amazing. Okay, what is causing that change is we call it digital. Okay, and my definition of digital is very different from moving from paper to electronic. Digital means that you are available 24/7. Your organization needs to be designed to be available 24/7. Okay, so there is no such thing as the end of day. There is no such thing as batch processing. No such thing as I will pay you now. It shows up in your account 2 days later. That's gone. Okay, so I think that's the biggest change, and organizations need to support that through various technologies, whether it's cloud, whether it's DevOps, whether it's real-time analytics, to support that 24/7 operation. So I think that's where the financial services industry is headed. There's a lot of, obviously the devil is in the details. But if you ask me as an executive statement, I would say available 24/7 is the mantra.
That's the biggest, true. I mean, I think you're right. It happens to be a technology company that is incidentally in the financial domain. Correct. Right? All banks and institutions like Broadridge have always been extremely tech intensive and tech savvy. They can't do what they're doing without technology, and you're right. So they're to be viewed more as a technology company in the fin space rather than a fin company using technology. Absolutely. So true. And payments is yesterday I was at a digital empowerment NGO event where they work on grassroots social and digital adoption, and they were talking about how UPI has spread even to the villages. I mean, now we know street vendors, all of them have their phone pay or UPI, but it's even gone down to the extent of like even in rural sector. So that's true. We'll discuss more on that. Gaurav, you come from a slightly different perspective as head of technology, head of strategy in different sectors. But again, core sectors, right? You're not on the IT side. You're more technology on the domain side. So your opening thoughts, Gaurav.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so technology has evolved, over the past so many years, right? And I think what has also happened is, along with the technology adoption and technology change, I think we as enterprises or startups have also matured. So where to apply technology has also changed drastically. The way I look at it is, if I sort of break it down into three areas, right, or three zones of impact, like I want to call them. One is that traditionally, if you've seen from the automotive industry as well, maybe 20 years back, and even to now, some of the high-tech industries that, Amit was talking about, or, the finance industry, a lot of the time the technology is being applied at, one zone of impact, which I call is operational, to drive operational efficiency, right? How do you really impact bottom line of an organization and make the organization processes better, make the organization lean, bring cost out kind of initiatives. And that's where technology is being applied. And mostly on the manufacturing side, that is what the focus has been. The second layer of impact has been, which is sort of more recent, I'll say 5-7 years, is how can you really apply technology to create new disruptive business models so that it starts impacting the top line of the organization and coming up with new revenue generation models, right? And that's where the technology has started having a big play today, because everybody's realized it's not only good to save costs, but you also have to generate additional revenues. And if I go back to my aerospace and defense days, and I'll give you examples of the pharma as well, but if you see aerospace and defense, what Airbus tried to do with a Skywise platform of collating data from all their fleet, monetizing that data to sort of give insights to operators so that they can run their fleets more efficiently. But from an Airbus perspective, it was more revenue generation, right? So they tried to flip the model. Was it really successful or not? I think it's still early days. But at the end of the day, it was a new, revenue stream. The third, which is really, really important and often missed, is the human impact or the societal impact that technology can create. And we've seen so many such examples, even recently over the last year or so, right, where we're trying to use artificial intelligence or video analytics to just try and see in an office where everybody is wearing a mask or not, whether they're implying, they're maintaining social distancing or not. Very simple examples, but very high impact examples, because they end up keeping the human being in the whole equation safe at the end of the day. So the way I look at it, technology is sort of applied in all these three areas, and we're getting far and far more mature, right, where more mature organizations are moving away from the bottom line impact and then starting to really use technology in the second and third layer, and really creating a societal impact or really creating the business model impact to generate revenues, right? So it's very, very interesting. We have seen the same shift happening in the pharma industry as well. And if you see, and we'll talk more about the pharma industry on, right from the drug discovery process of identifying a new molecule or drug, bringing that to market, all the way down to the patient health and patient health monitoring and taking care. There's disruption happening at every area, right? One great example is the COVID, the vaccine that we have today. Typically, a new drug takes 8 to 10 years to come into market. But with this pandemic, looking at previous data, application of AI, we've been able to get a viable drug in the market in 8 months' time, right? So that itself is a living testimony that technology can have a huge impact when it sort of comes back to, if it's really applied right. So I'll sort of leave there, but...
No, absolutely. I think like Dr. Edis was trying, not even now, 2 years back, using blockchain to track the whole supply. The regulation requires like, where are you getting your molecules from, bulk drugs from, and they were experimenting with one of the startups to integrate the whole supply chain and be the traceability on one end, like you said. On the other end, yeah, the whole drug discovery. In fact, like, we came across a startup recently that's looking at, I heard this term for the first time, chiloscopy, lip print.
Right.
For geriatric drug delivery so wrong drugs is a big problem in the US. Older people taking wrong drugs.
Correct.
So the system will dispense the drugs into the mouth after verifying that the lips is of that person. So the mistake can never happen.
Right.
Now, I mean, you're right. It's end to end. So there is so much of disruption happening. So VLK, you've seen the industry, right? I mean, both. I mean, I think right now we can just switch gears from the domain to a little bit more about what's happening in our backyard, right? Within the country and in the city. how do you see the technology decisions process changing from, like, say, 20 years back, 10 years back, 5 years back, and now? The whole vertical integration, how much more of proactive role are organizations in India needing to take for their parent organizations?
Yeah, it's a great question, Ramesh, and you and I have spoken about the change in the industry for a long time. So if you ask me, obviously when I started, we were all actually product focused. We used to build products, and then there's no question of saying that we can't build a product from India. It was done, okay? Somewhere, probably late 90s, 2000, we pivoted to a services-oriented, economy, so to speak. That was good because everybody, was able to grow, buy a first bedroom house, second bedroom house, and all the good stuff. But what really happened in that was, I think we lost the skill of, being able to lead, from a technology perspective. We became more about, you tell me what to do, okay? And I am seeing that shift changing for two reasons, okay? One is we are starting to see a lot of mid-management folks in the industry who understand that if they don't move up the value chain, okay, they'll be irrelevant. So that's one shift. Secondly, by the fact that the industry has moved from being technology intensive to data intensive, which means that the conversation has moved from you have to have a conversation with the CTO to the business, okay? So you can't no longer sell, the efficiency story, right? You have to sell the value story, like you said. If you have to sell the value story, the conversation that you need to have is different. So that is the second trend. So which means that people need to understand the domain, the business, okay? The second most important thing is this whole agile model, right? When you move to agile and you want to build teams, you have to become functionally rich. That is, your functions for two reasons. One is bundling and rebundling and API-oriented architecture means that teams have to be self-contained. If teams have to be self-contained, again, the value of understanding the business becomes a lot more, right? So moving from just techno to techno function to product, I think is the evolution. And that's here to stay at least for the next 5-6 years. So I believe that we will have to change the skills, change the game. I see a lot of openness for people to do it, but it needs to get a lot more accelerated.
Yeah, I think that's a perspective we lost over the years, especially 2000 to 2010. Those 10 years post Y2K, we became extremely services-focused industry, services-focused growth. So the core product and business skills came down a little. I mean, business development is going and getting a services project, not understanding customers. You're right. I think that's something we have to get back, and hopefully we're getting it back. So Amit, when you look at your sector...
Sorry, Ramesh. Sorry to interrupt. But I think one very important point there is today we have the resources to do it. What I mean by resources is, today as Broadridge, all my clients are here in Mindspace, whether it's Ramesh Kaza of State Street or BOA or Wells, Sridhar of Wells, they are next door. So I don't have to travel 10,000 miles to meet my client. Okay, so that's a big advantage that we have.
No, absolutely. In fact, when we started the Progress Center here, my boss had told, Progress had a lot of acquisitions. So they were in deep silos. All of the groups had development center here. We had COEs. So in one group, we were working on multiple product lines. So he told the exact same thing back in 2008. He said, look, when you see some nonsense happening, I want to use some other experience, but I can't. But he said, when you see something happening that should not be happening, just flag it because nobody has visibility. They're all silos, but in your place, one group is looking at all the products. You're right. That's a huge value for us as an industry. The client organizations are right here. So Amit, looking at the aerospace sector and as an example, are you seeing drivers coming from outside saying you have to do this now? Kind of come up with be more proactive in kind of how we organize ourselves and how we decide what to do and what we do. Are you seeing those drivers coming in now, pushing the barriers to more solution design?
Yeah, so actually it's an excellent question. I think what you're trying to get at is what are the key triggers which make these kind of big transitions happen, because these are large organizations, they are used to doing things in a certain way. But let me give you a few examples which will give you ideas on how we are thinking about these things. So yes, I mean, we are one of the world's largest aerospace and defense company, Raytheon Technologies. We do commercial aviation, military aviation, defense applications, missiles, you name it. I mean, it's a pretty wide portfolio. Now, for a corporation like this, if you want to bring a strong focus on some of these technologies, how do you do it? So one, yes, we have set up a group at a corporate level, which is interfacing with startups all around the world and so on. But going back to your question about where the triggers come, the triggers come directly from the market. Like, if you look at aviation industry right now, there is so much strong focus on more fuel-efficient engines, because at the end of the day, an airline is commercially successful if they can bring down their fuel cost. Fuel cost is the biggest item in their balance sheet. But the challenge on our side is our R&D cycle is so long and so expensive. Just to give you an example, our latest gear turbofan engine, which is about 20% more fuel efficient than the next best alternative in the market, the R&D cycle was like 20 years. Now, this is for a company which knows how to make engines. We've been in this business for 100 years, almost. And, the R&D budget is $10 billion. It's $1 billion, a lot of money. So how can we speed up this cycle, because if you don't come up with products faster, how do you compete in a market like this? And the question is, if we don't do it, our competitors are going to do it. So we have to be always, up on our game. So this is an example of on the R&D and design side. Similarly, you think about how do we, support our customers in the field, because we don't make money by, manufacturing engines. We make money by, maintaining our engines, and so our engines have to fly very, very efficiently. So I wanted to give a specific example. Maybe that will set the context of, and a lot of people here will also understand how our businesses, operate. So we had this specific problem. We also happen to be one of the world's 5th largest leasing companies, aircraft engine leasing companies. So whenever our leased engines come back from lease returns, it's like, you return your car after leasing it. So obviously somebody has to inspect that there are no damages and so on. Now, this activity used to take like weeks, and all that time our engine is on the ground. Okay, and this was a manual process. That's how it has been for a long, long time, for decades together, because there was no technology available to do a good job with this. So we gave that out as a challenge, and it was run out of India at T-Hub. And we were amazed with the outcome, because almost 70 startups from all around the world presented, and we shortlisted 3. 2 out of them were from India. So that was like an eye-opener for our headquarters also. They now realized, okay, this kind of cutting-edge innovation can happen in India. And now we are very close to finalizing a winner out of that, and who will win a big project there. And that's a big, I would say, support for me also, because I'm trying to, explain to our headquarters that, look, we could do these kind of activities. And now nothing like, an actual example. And so what is happening is, we are using computer vision and artificial intelligence to have a look at the engine and, do inspections. So what used to take weeks can now be done in a matter of minutes. And it's much more efficient. Immediately we can place orders for parts that need to be replaced. And, in fact, the customer, before returning the engine, they can do this whole computer-based inspection on their end. So while the engine is in transit, all the spare parts have already arrived. And by the time it reaches here, we can quickly fix whatever we need to fix, and it can go back and start earning revenue again. So, these kind of innovations, now, you might think that, what's the big deal? Well, solving a problem like this can translate into, tens of millions of dollars of savings, So this is just one example, but I hope that gives you a sense. So this is how the triggers come to us. So one is, market will tell us you need a more efficient product, and then our customers will tell us the current way you are supporting us is not enough.
Good enough.
You need to do whatever, but give us faster, quicker, better service.
No, absolutely. I think just visual inspection of quality, all kinds of. We got a bunch of problems just before the pandemic. Unfortunately, pandemic, so we couldn't take it forward from Tata Aerospace. Just around quality inspection on the shop floor. And some problems as simple, you would appreciate this problem, as there are parts that look identical, but there's a left side and right side.
Yeah.
When it comes to assembly, sometimes it gets wrongly labeled. So a right side part comes for a left side, and then the wrong part, before they get the right part, the kind of process stops for a few hours or few days. So the whole range of problems that was there just in visual quality inspection, I think what you're referring to is that, and there's a lot of work happening. We just got recently from one of the large mobile companies. I don't want to name them because they're very paranoid about being named. In their manufacturing, they have, again, same thing, like X-ray vision based quality inspection in some of their wafers. Now, and a lot of it is active research, you're right. And the research is happening here. We have very strong computer vision research groups in the country. We have very strong language research groups in the country. And I think just connecting the dots, there's a problem that you see. There is work happening. Today, these are completely non-overlapping worlds. What's happening in research, industry doesn't know. What industry does, industry needs, research doesn't know. I think these are conversations we should be having more of. I'm so happy to see that you already started the conversation right here. We don't wait for a Stanford or a Berkeley to do it. We are looking at the conversations here. So that's a fantastic start. We should do more of it. Gaurav, you've seen different sectors, right? How do you discover like the whole technologies that exist, either in startups or in like research or elsewhere? How do you discover the possibilities of how some of the technologies can solve some of the problems in the domain?
Yeah, so I think that has always been, where, I think we've sort of flipped as technologists, right? Sometimes when technologists are trying to solve a problem, right, we'll put the, horse before the cart, so to say, right? Because we'll put the technology in front and then we'll say, okay, what can this technology help solve, right? But in my experience of, like you rightfully said, working with so many industries and customers and startups and et cetera, I've realized that it has to be flipped. And that's what the startup ecosystem is really doing well today, because if they've identified a problem statement, they're going to solve the problem and then applying technology, whatever is required, right? So if you take the example of the pharma industry, right, and I think Amit is already covering aerospace, so I don't want to sort of add examples on that. But if you look at the pharma industry, right from a drug discovery process to say that, there is a new ailment in the market and how do I really go ahead and discover, a cure for that ailment. There are, if I sort of dumb it down, there is a biology process to really see how our cells react, to a chemistry process to say what, enzymes will have what reaction on the cells, all the way down to doing clinical trials of once you've identified a candidate molecule, right? I'll stop at this, right? In each of these areas, technology is actually being applied because one of the big asks is to cut short the R&D time, because there is a huge amount of dollars which go into the R&D of a process of the medicine itself. Novartis recently released in the month of July a new drug, June-July timeframe, called Zolgensma, right? It takes care of a birth defect, a genetic defect that, that a patient might have. One of the first patients in India, a kid who got this, and it's a lifesaver drug, one shot, 15 crores.
Wow.
Right? So the parents were able to do crowdfunding and then actually raise the 15 crores for the kid. And it was a successful, this thing, which is really good because it's actually life-changing. But at the end of the day, how many people can afford the 15 crores for one shot, even if it's a lifesaver, right? So the whole, this thing ask on the R&D side is to bring down cost and also make it much shorter. Typically, the 8 years has to be crunched. And that itself, if you're able to bring out 8-10% out of that whole process, it's a big win. And that's where technology is coming in. So simple examples I'll give you on what is happening on technology, right? So pharma companies have always been doing, let's say, animal trials. Now that the social impact and the animal lobbies are sort of, talking against this, this happened in, the cosmetic industry as well. They've now gone down to doing computer-based trials, right? So you use artificial intelligence and algorithms to actually do an in silico trial, which will actually then tell you whether, it's a candidate for me to take forward and then do animal trials, whatever the FDA norms put in place, right? So the basic trial. Clinical trials, if you go down to, so that sort of cuts short the process, makes it much faster, makes it, much more society-wise, far more society-friendly, let me put it that way, right? Then if you sort of come down to the other side on clinical trials with, that becomes a very, very critical part for any drug to come to the market. Clinical trial 1, 2, and 3. I think a lot of us have understood that far better with, everybody tracking the, COVID vaccines and stuff like that. So, but there also startups are sort of innovating to take clinical trials to the patients rather than getting patient cohorts back into a clinical trial center. Because, that with the pandemic, people not allowed to come out, that became a problem. And you were sort of talking about one example of the last mile value chain of, connecting it back to the chemical all the way down to, the delivery of the drug to the patient, which is in the aero industry, digital thread is something that, Pratt is, and a lot of other companies are trying to do on the manufacturing side. Is the same thing here where technology is being, used to do this. So the thing has changed now where people are looking at a problem statement, looking at areas where you really want to create impact, be it patient health or drug discovery or manufacturing, and then applying technology to it. So it's a combination of technologies which are getting applied to actually solve a problem, and that is, I think, where we've all matured as organizations and as a community, and that is really, really helping.
I think the creative solutioning is a big part of this whole process, right?
Right.
It's not often like there's one problem, one solution. You have to put a bunch of different things together to solve a problem. So understanding the problem on one side, understanding the solution, possibilities on the other side, putting them together, it's a big exercise in connecting the dots. Now, you refer to, like the horse before the cart. As a domestic company, like a pharma company based out of India, the decision making is here.
Right.
But VLK, when you look at it, like say a company like Broadridge or even Raytheon, how I know like many of us 5 years back, 10 years back, we've constantly been saying like to show some of our leaders, global leaders that look, we can innovate from here, right? Most of us have done that. How is that changing now? I mean, do we still need to do things to demonstrate some of these possibilities and get them funded? Or is it happening more organically now?
I mean, it's a mix, Ramesh, in the sense that if the organizational maturity is greater and there is tenure, you find greater acceptance. For example, at Broadridge today in Hyderabad, the Blockchain Center of Excellence is out here. The AI/ML Center of Excellence is out here. So the next generation products and all those technologies are obviously getting built and driven from here. So, but that has taken us that 15 years. Okay, so I don't think there's a shortcut to it, because at the end of the day, your end customer is 10,000 miles away. Okay, so until you're able to make that connection, it's not going to change significantly. But COVID has helped, because COVID has shown that you can be anywhere, any place, and still talk to the client. So we need to use that opportunity. I would say, if you ask me, I mean, I could be wrong out here. Maybe 60-70% of the industry is still in the old place. 30% have moved. And we should bring the remaining, 20-30% at a time. So that's the way I would kind of
No, definitely. At some level, like, it's not that any organization doesn't want to. There'll be some stereotypes in their mind, some of the leaders, but as an organization, if efficiency and value can come, they'll be happy to take it from anywhere.
No, I think there are 2 points, Ramesh. One is, you take, let's say, Broadridge. When 70% of your delivery headcount is on location, after some time, the center of gravity / mass has to shift, which means that this center has to take on the innovation leadership. Otherwise, the organization will stagnate.
Yes.
Right? So
yes.
there's a onus on leadership. It's all about leadership at the end of the day. The leaders need to want to make the difference. So, see, I would say simple things. For example, today, if you ask me, knowing AI, ML data is a leadership competency. Okay, for 10 years back, it was not. Okay, so I'm saying that competencies will keep changing, and as leaders, we need to understand that and kind of move ahead with the game. So.
I fully agree. I mean, because the organization started, unfortunately, their India operations more based on cost. So we have to demonstrate to the senior leaders in the company that, look, we can do more than just cost arbitrage. And you're right, that responsibility is with the leaders in the India organizations. Now, before we conclude, we just have some more minutes. So I thought, like, let's just look ahead into the future. Samit, like, if you could go first. Where do you see some of the wildest possibilities in your domain coming out of the India labs, like next 3 to 5 years? Some of the wildest possibilities you see in terms of solutions?
I think it's a very exciting time where India is, and I keep telling all my leadership, just look at the number of unicorns we've created. How many? 80 something overall.
And counting, yes.
Just and 21, 40 something in just 2021 with the pandemic. I mean, just think about that, and you think about the amount of value that has been created. So I think the future is very bright. But I will also say, and if I can take a minute and share a little bit about, what is different about aerospace and defense and why it is so difficult. To answer the previous question, as compared to a lot of other sectors, there are some unique things about aerospace and defense. One is, obviously, it is one of the most regulated industry. You can't do whatever you feel like. So there's countries, there are regimes, and there are export controls and all of that. So that adds a little bit of. I don't think that's a sort of a roadblock, but it's definitely a hurdle you need to overcome. Apart from that, access to hardware. If you want to, like we learned with this project we did with T-Hub and some startups, we realized, well, you do need access to an engine to develop your machine learning model, right? If all your assets are in a place or that is not accessible, then it's a challenge. So we overcame that challenge. We took the required approvals and we created an environment where these kind of projects can be undertaken. But I think once you are able to do that, you can provide the hardware, you can create an environment where startups can come and discuss with you. And T-Hub is a great example, with all the challenge that we can launch there. Then a lot of great stuff can be done. I'll just give a few examples. There's a lot of work happening on counterfeit drugs in the pharma industry, right? We're solving that with blockchain. Well, we have that similar problem in the aerospace industry also, where somebody will have to come forward, and maybe you need a industry-wide consortium, people at different levels, many stakeholders have to come together, but eventually we do need a blockchain-based solution because it can really solve that counterfeit parts for aircrafts or whatever other areas. Similarly, big data is a huge area. Just to give you an example, our latest engine that I was telling you, it generates about 10 gigabytes of data per second. If you do the math, you're talking about petabytes of data on a monthly basis, and it's a lot of data. And this is valuable data, which can be very quickly translated into dollar savings for the company. Okay, unlike a lot of data from the social media platforms and so on, this is very easily monetizable. So I think if you put all this together, given the kind of innovative spirit we have, third largest startup ecosystem in the world, India has that. So I am seeing that a lot of future innovations in our sector are going to come from here. Just to give you the data, we are the fastest growing aviation market in the world, #1 there. Okay, on the defense side, India is one of the biggest arms importer. So there is all the more reason for OEMs to come and invest in India because of the offset and all the other benefits that you get. So the big drivers are all out there. And then we have all the talent available in the country, these kind of startup accelerators, beautiful institutes like IIIT and all the other IITs. So I think all the ingredients are there. Whatever these small hurdles like, access to hardware, or providing mentorship to startups, because a lot of startups don't know much about aerospace and defense and how this industry works. We are a little bit different from other industries. Once we put all this together, I think there is very, very bright potential going forward.
Absolutely. I think all the setting is right now. You're right. I mean, if we don't capitalize on this, probably we lose out a huge opportunity. We got one request from Railways. So they have 3,500 diesel engines. They have about 170 sensors connected to a central command center, design center for some reason. And there is data every second going from these 3,500 engines to the central command center. Today, other than watch the health of the engine live, they're not doing anything with it. So they reached out to us saying they have about 70 or 80 failure points. Today, the alerts come only when some basic thresholds are reached. Often they know of the failure, only the failure happens. So they wanted to predict, and they have phenomenal data, 4 years of data, 3,500 engines. The engines come for a full overhaul every month. So it gets reset every month. So they had around nearly 20,000 units of data, engines where failures occur. And anyway, it's very slow. The project is all scoped and set, but when you talk about data in the aerospace, I'm sure there are a lot of possibilities in terms of predictive, preventive and preemptive maintenance and prediction.
Right. We have 5,000 sensors on this engine that I'm talking about. 5,000 sensors each engine, and 10 GB of data per second per engine. Do the math. It's just huge, mind-boggling. Yes. Yeah. So it almost seems like if we have to monetize all this data, we might have to have huge data centers and supercomputers. We will need all that.
And smartest of the algorithms to make sense
of it. And the smartest
of
the algorithms, smartest of people to make sense of all that data. Because there's no point collecting all this data if you can't use it.
Yes. VLK, what do you see 3 to 5 years down, the wildest in your industry specifically or broadly, any other industry even, coming out of India?
I'll give Gaurav and then I'll go last if you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay, sure, Gaurav. Okay, we talk about the engineering sector or the pharma sector, any sector. Where do you see 3 to 5 years some of the wildest things that can come out from India?
So, so I'm a big believer of, like you were talking about silos, right? So silo busting across industries, right? So 3D printing started off maybe 20 years back with automotive, right? Where we had the first car getting 3D printed and everybody was so happy. And then aerospace industry took over and they said, we'll do 3D printing of parts and, we'll finally have engine parts, flying engine parts. I think GE is the only one who's been able to successfully demonstrate some of those. Same thing is now coming into the pharma sector, and that's one of the things that we are saying that might disrupt the manufacturing industry going forward. So there is FDA, for example, has already given an approval to a company to 3D print pills. And where is that coming from? That is coming from an inherent need to do personalized medication, right? So if somebody wants, something, there's, let's say you're having a paracetamol, for example, right? But if you need to have a combination of a paracetamol and let's say like an ibuprofen or whatever, right? It's called a polypill. So how do you really create a polypill which is apt for me as a human being and takes care of my problems? So how do I really create that? So that is also something that the FDA sort of approved on a trial basis. And so there is a company which now 3D prints pills, right? So that itself, for example, is going to disrupt the industry.
It's going back to the old chemist days.
Absolutely.
Only that now a machine is doing instead of a chemist doing it.
Yeah, so the chemists used to, right? If you go back to the villages and even actually go back, right? They used to mix and then make this thing that used to be given to a individual, right? Which is a combination of multiple aushadhis, like we used to call it that time, right? Sort of going back the full circle. So it's 3D printing of pills. There is a lot of research happening on 3D printing of body parts, right? Where the liver has actually been printed, the ear has been printed using stem cell and stuff like that. So there is a lot of one thing happening on the 3D print side. But also if you see from an India perspective, like we as a company, as Sai Life Sciences, are in the contract research and manufacturing space. And we work with some of the top 7 or top 8 of the top 10 pharma companies globally. We also have a bunch of clients in the biotech space, and these biotechs are like startups, where they identify a problem, they identify a molecule, but they don't have the wherewithal to really manufacture at scale. And they don't want to invest in it because 8 of the 10 candidates will fail, right, at clinical trial stage. So they don't get the FDA nod. So they don't want to invest in high capex. So they come to us. So we are engaged with a lot of biotechs to help them manufacture. So I see that area really, really picking up. And a lot of innovation happening in that space. And also in the early research stage, which is what we call the discovery side, to discover new molecules. There's a lot of work happening where we are working as an extended arm, as core R&D, right? Not only doing back-end work, but core R&D in our labs out of Hyderabad here, Shamirpet, and UK and Boston, to really help discover new drugs, right? And that's one of our goals, to discover 25 new molecules by 2025, and that's something that we are sort of really, really gung-ho about. So there's a lot of technology play in both of these areas, right, ends. And then finally on the customer side, clinical trials, all the way to drug discovery, delivery to patients, and then patient health monitoring, and also endless opportunities from a pharma perspective. Otherwise, also all other industries, there's so much happening. If you just see the number of startups, the variety of startups, even in this hall today here, right, looking at different sectors, it's like, exciting times ahead.
I hope we become like the Cambridge in Boston, right, as a life sciences innovation cluster.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
VLK, last word.
Yeah, it's very exciting to hear, IoT.
The wildest use of 3D printing I've come across so far.
I know.
3D printing custom drugs. Yeah, VLK, go ahead.
We've heard the financial service industry for too long. I wanted to hear the other perspective. Great to hear edge computing, IoT, 3D. I want to go something more fundamental and basics. Okay, so the way I kind of think, technology-wise, a lot of things. You could say quantum computing, whatever, metaverse, all that good stuff. But I think some fundamentals I think we'll really, really understand how to use the internet.
How to use?
The internet. 10 years from now, okay? Because I think the definition of trust in the internet has changed significantly, and we have not yet leveraged that, okay? So to that extent, authentication is going to be one of the keys to the castle. If you can really authenticate somebody, then, you can imagine the frictionless economy that can be built around it. So I would say that's one thing. As India and the Indian IT service industry, 2 things. One is we'll really know what customer service is. Okay, we are learning, but we will get there, okay? So I think unless we learn that customer service, you can say software as a service, this is a service. The service element is more important than everything else. So we'll start to understand that. So I think, to me, some basics, service we'll understand, and there'll be some real cutting-edge things going around. So
I think that's a fantastic thing to close on. We always said, how can Indians in Bay Area create technology for the world, and same Indians in India cannot. I think these are probably 2 key ingredients. You understand some of the fundamental elements of things like internet, and then, of course, understand customers. If you don't understand customers and markets, we can't, while we have the ability, we don't know what to create. No, I think phenomenal, fantastic points.
Just to, for all said and done, I like Uber and Ola for that simple reason. They have taught customer service to some very basic people. Okay, 10 years back, you went to a car, that guy never even said thank you. Today, at least, he says that. So huge change, and that will, be very more pervasive. So.
Yes. There's a whole mindset change. Yes. So, did you want to add something?
No, I was just going to say, he mentioned Uber and Ola. So, I would feel that my children are safer in an Uber and Ola more than a normal auto rickshaw.
Absolutely.
And that is a fact today, right? Because
Yes.
just because there is a way to track, there is a way, you can figure out. And that guy also knows that, right? And so this is something which can completely transform. So I think what you mentioned
I think
is
there's all an element of trust in that whole network, right? It's trusting the authenticity of a person, their past behavior, future behavior. No, fantastic. I think it's a nice note to close on. So we've run out of time. It's been blinking for some time now. So thank you so much, Gaurav, VLK, and Amit. I think nice conversation, and of course, this is just a stimulation, right? It's a trigger. These conversations have to continue. But I'm very excited about where we are going as an industry. Where we are seeing today, we see a lot more connect. Like even my 5 years in Triple IT full time, more of industry connect now and interest now than there was 3 years back or 6 years back. So again, that's another indication that there is a lot of appetite and interest to do things more, to do things differently. So very exciting times. So thank you so much, and good to see HYSEA's annual summit energy back after 2 years. And I think this is another foreboding of exciting times. Thank you so much, Gaurav,
Thank you very
PLK,
much.
and Amit.
I request the panel to please hold for a couple of seconds more. Thank you so much for joining us today. In the morning, Ashutosh was talking about resilience, adaptability, creativity. All of you come from different industries, but what you will see is that these three values playing out and action around these three values in each of your industries and domain. And obviously, the story that you've built is that the future holds a lot of potential, a lot of promise. Thank you for sharing your insights and perspectives. And I'm going to request Mr. Kishore Bora to join me on stage to felicitate our guests and our panelists. Kishore is MD Energy Tech Global Private Limited and Managing Committee Member, HYSEA. So our moderator, Mr. Ramesh Loganathan. We start with our moderator first. We move on to Mr. Amit Pathak, GM and Board Member, Pratt & Whitney, India. Mr. V. Lakshmikant, VLK, MD, Broadridge, India. And then we have Mr. Gaurav Kataria, Chief Digital and Information Officer, Sai Life Sciences. Thank you so much. We could have a quick photo opportunity with our panelists and moderator. Thank you to our panel. Please do take your seats with the audience. We'll move on to our next panel discussion.
Thank you.
Our next panel discussion will focus on the technology impact and use cases. They'll talk about real-life case studies of futuristic technologies. Please put your hands together to welcome our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Sridhar Chunduri, to the stage. Sridhar is SVP and Head of Technology Enterprise Functions, Wells Fargo. He's been in the information technology world for about 25 years and drives results in multiple areas, including IT services, engineering systems, product development, retail, commercial, insurance sector, and is now with the banking world. Welcome, Sridhar. Our next panelist is Mr. Rajesh Durdu, VP and Practice Leader, Blockchain and Cybersecurity, Tech Mahindra. Rajesh leads blockchain and cybersecurity practices for $5.4 billion IT giant Tech Mahindra. He guides a team of 500 highly accomplished cybersecurity professionals empowering global customers in EMEA, APJ, and India to strengthen their enterprise-wide cybersecurity posture. Joining them on stage is Dr. M.V. Panduranga Rao, Associate Professor, IIT Hyderabad, a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science. Mr. Panduranga Rao's area of expertise include theory of computation, computational complexity, probability in computing, quantum computing, quantum cryptography, applications of the Markov chains in computing. Welcome, Dr. Panduranga Rao. And we have our final panelist of this panel discussion, Mr. Sandeepan Chattopadhyay, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Shelpmock Design and Tech. He holds a degree of Bachelor of Statistics from the ISI Calcutta and is responsible primarily for the performance and supervision of technical, administrative, and day-to-day operations at Shelpmock. And I'm sure I'm not saying the name correctly. Correct me if the pronunciation is Zeltmock. Got that? All right. Welcome to each one of you, and over to you, Sridhar.
Thank you, Shobhana. And I realize Ramesh doesn't close a session without the selfie. Whenever there is a selfie, I know that the session is over. So, Ramesh, thank you. It's a great honor to have a distinguished panelist here, Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Rangarao Garu, and Mr. Sandeepan, sorry. I have a friend called Deepanjan. I keep remembering Deepanjan more than Sandeepan. All right. I think the previous conversation was more around trying to bring together vertical and business together. But now we really want to talk about the real-life situations and how we can leverage technology. I want to start with Sandeepan. And Sandeepan has been a pioneer in the mass market problems, and you have been working on this for the last 10, 15 years. So Sandeepan, can you really talk about what you have done so far in the mass market problems?
So as basically the point is that there is a dichotomy. The kind of audience that we have for mass market contradictorily is more akin to be usability of high tech than the normal market. So for example, a speech to text is supposedly a high tech industry, and for the normal masses it's not really a thing because most of them are literate. But when you go to a farmer, that could be a life-saving thing for him to be able to use it for his daily usage. So contradictorily, as I said, a lot of the high-tech ends can actually mean that the mass market people can start using compute and not just become content consumers. So that's the overall synthesis of it. So if you look at the primary movers, what is human and how can that be done? These are the basic foundations of that. So the basic human trait is it has a level of being underwriting, and it's more asset-driven. Now, in the digital world, the identity of it is equivalent to the underwriting part of it, and information as collateral becomes the equivalent of, let's say, that foundation. These are the premises. The use cases, as I said, I was like just Dial CTO for about 10 years. And what we did was we enabled MSMEs to be at the same war footing to get prominence and knowledge of consumers onto that part. Currently, for example, one of our startups, Mihoop, is the one powering all the Tata cars for the voice communication with the car system, replacing things like Nuance or Google and all. And it was built for India so that it works in an offline mode. It understands vernacular languages. It understands dialectic inflections, which often things which are developed in other countries without the right training set cannot grab and do it. A simple use case that we have also used in voice, again, I'm just taking on that, just to give a tip of the iceberg, is for a mass market approach for the government of West Bengal for catering to farmers, where we take a call center and we just use text-to-speech to read out the answer instead of making it happen on an app, and that makes it more usable. So sometimes it's very simple. You just put in the right aspects and approach a simple problem.
Got it. Thank you. And Rajesh, you've been a pioneer on the blockchain technology and also on the cybersecurity front. Obviously, blockchain has been there for some time now, but the realization of it has been in the recent past.
Right.
Typically, people tend to relate blockchain and Bitcoin analogously, right?
Right.
So can we really extend the blockchain philosophy and get more real-life use cases in other areas like manufacturing and pharmaceutical and in other areas?
Yeah, absolutely, Sridhar. In terms of you're absolutely right. Bitcoin and blockchain are used interchangeably, as is the case with Xerox and photocopying, right? Because since Bitcoin has been the first commercial application of blockchain, a lot of people refer to blockchain as Bitcoin. But there have been a number of implementations apart from cryptocurrencies. We see that in India also to a large extent. If you look at organizations like MeitY or organizations like Niti Aayog, they're putting a lot of emphasis on blockchain adoption in areas like benefits administration, in areas like asset lifecycle management, vehicle lifecycle management, in areas like benefits distribution, titles management, and so on and so forth. And if you look at the recent paper that MeitY had published, they basically want to incorporate the blockchain layer into the payment stack that India has, the unified payment interface, the Jandan, Aadhaar, and Mobile. When you have put all these together, it has led to a lot of fintech revolution and a lot of digitalization that has happened. So today what happens is there's a lot of data which is available, but there has been a missing piece in this. The missing piece is the proof of that particular data, the provenance of the data, and also in terms of validating the documents that are there on the chain. So now MeitY wants to bring in a blockchain infrastructure and make it all pervasive. So the data that is powering decisions can also be validated, and the provenance of that particular data can be established. And during the pandemic, we have seen that there's been a lot of trust gap, not only in India, but also in the world. So blockchain is playing a major role to address that particular trust gap, whether it comes to vaccines, validating vaccines or validating COVID medicines, or validating the vaccination certificates, which have now become quintessential for movement from one place to another place. So there's a lot of blockchain adoption in non-financial area and in non-payments area.
Got it. And Rajesh, I recollect you also worked with Troy on some of the support we can give to the population around spam call management.
Exactly.
And you also worked with the telcos. So can you tell us a little bit about the story? Because to me, that's a real life use case.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, this recalls, the last panel that I did before this panel was in Phoenix. And the Forbes editor had asked me saying that when will the time will arrive when you can go to a neighboring store and pull out a lettuce head and can validate whether it has been genetically modified or not using blockchain. So I told Michael, the Forbes editor, saying that I don't know, but if you come to India and if you are getting a call, we can tell you whether it's a spam call or a non-spam call using blockchain. That's the implementation that we did in India along with the telcos. We are insulating today about 800 million subscribers from spam calls and spam text from the regulated telemarketers. Today, you still get a lot of spam calls, but those are unregulated telemarketers. They are fly-by-night operators, and we are able to detect them easily, which was not the case before blockchain was implemented. So this is one use case which has impacted the common man, which made blockchain real, and it is also the world's leading implementation of blockchain. Anywhere in the world's leading implementation of blockchain, because it insulates about 800 million active subscribers from spam calls and spam text. That's the implementation, Sridhar.
Excellent, excellent. That's a noble cause. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And Professor Rao Garu, you've been in the computer science engineering world for a long time as a professor at IIT Hyderabad. You pioneered a lot of work around quantum computing. You are associated with the computer science department and the AI department as well. A lot of credentials, so thank you for coming here and talking about quantum. This is a new field, and obviously real-life use cases are probably out there 10 years from now. But it is important for all of us to know what quantum is and how we can leverage on the longer run.
Okay. So, in a nutshell, quantum computing is basically a paradigm which attempts to harness the idiosyncrasies or the peculiarities of physics at a quantum scale. So, at a very microscopic scale, our universe behaves in a completely different manner, right? So there are certain established phenomena in quantum mechanics, like there are things like entanglement, there are things like superposition of different states, and so on and so forth. And the question is basically, can we leverage some of these phenomena that are kind of found at the quantum scale to speed up computation? In fact, the question started when there was this very popular and famous physicist called Richard Feynman. So he wanted to, he was he was kind of a very prolific genius. So he asked this question as to, is it possible to, simulate physics, particularly quantum physics, using the classical computers, the semiconductor-based computers that were existent, that are still existent at the moment. It turned out that the answer to that was not straightforward. It's not easy to, I mean, he could not figure out a way of simulating quantum mechanics using classical physics. So at that point, he asked this converse question. Okay, fine, you cannot do this, but at least can you, so therefore, is it possible that you build a quantum computing model? Right? You have, for those who are familiar, there in the classical computing, there are these notions of Turing machines, circuit-based computing models, and so on. So can you define analogously, can you define models of computation on which it will be possible to design efficient algorithms for problems for which we don't as yet have efficient classical solutions? So to summarize, basically it's an attempt to harness those quantum mechanical phenomena to speed up computation, do something which is better than what we can do in classical.
Yeah, thank you. And obviously speeding up the compute power would lead into the cyber situations that we currently face. Even with the classical computing, we have a challenge, but come quantum, it's probably going to compound much more. Want to hear from Rajesh, what would be the positioning of us from a cybersecurity standpoint to manage the bad actors, especially with the tokenization and the crypto associated with it?
Yeah, sure. So there are two things that both blockchain and quantum can contribute from a cybersecurity perspective. If you look at the cryptography algorithms that are there, they are based on what we call as the trapdoor mathematical functions. A trapdoor mathematical function is a function where the classical computers can verify the output, but they won't be able to decipher the input that went into the calculation. And that's how all the cryptography algorithms that are used in the cybersecurity are being used. If you take RSA, or if you take advanced encryption standard, digital encryption standard, they're all based on the trapdoor mathematical functions, which the quantum computers can break. Having said that, the greener side of that is they can also further strengthen the algorithms. You can do a key distribution using quantum. There are already startups today which are developing quantum routers, and they have demonstrated that any data that is transferred on the optical fiber over 100 miles distance cannot be intercepted. Even if you put a packet sniffer, you won't be able to intercept those data packets. So that has come into existence already. Now coming to and one more point on quantum, while academically they say that quantum can break these algorithms, we've done some analysis where you would need the number of logical qubits and the physical qubits. Today you have computers which have about 50, 60 qubits. But if you have to break the cryptographic algorithms, the logical qubits go to an extent of about 5,000 logical qubits. So we still have to get to that particular scenario. So it is still many, many years away, but academically it is possible, but technically not possible. Now coming to blockchain, if you see, most of the cybersecurity practices are based on the centralized concepts. So what you do is you basically secure your centralized infrastructure, and then when there is a DOS attack, distributed denial of service attack or a DDoS attack, they come from multiple vectors and then bring down the centralized infrastructure. So there is no fallback option. There is no failing option, fail-safe kind of an option. But when you architect on decentralized technology, which blockchain or a distributed ledger technology brings to the play, then even if one infrastructure is brought down, the redundancy comes from the other infrastructures. That's how blockchain and distributed ledger technology is going to rewrite the cybersecurity practices. Are we already seeing? Yes, we are already seeing in the area of identity and access management. Two things are going to be pioneered, or rather they are already being implemented. One is what we call as the passwordless authentication. If there are no passwords to authenticate, then there is not going to be a phishing attack. What will the cyber actors go after? So there is no option to harvest those credentials through the phishing attack, number one. So there is going to be passwordless authentication, which will also bring in what we call as the zero knowledge proofs. So in identity and access management space, we're already seeing a lot of blockchain implementations. And another area where blockchain can play an important role is code provenance. We have seen all the major cyber attacks have happened because these cyber actors have triggered unauthorized updates pertaining to the software. So if you're maintaining the main software on a blockchain and that proves the provenance of the code, and when a person triggers an update, all that they need to do is to compare that update with the code provenance which is maintained on the blockchain. If it tallies, you trigger the update. If it doesn't tally, you don't trigger the update. So these are fundamental changes that blockchain is going to do to the world of cybersecurity, Sridhar.
And just adding to your point, are the encryption standards going to change, although quantum is still far away? Do you expect in 3 to 5 years the encryption standards getting a version?
No, the encryption standards are not going to change. For example, there's only one cryptography which is at a risk, which is called as the RFC cryptography. It's also called as asymmetric cryptography, where the private and the public keys are different. That is what we use today for internet communication. But when you're storing your information, you use what is called as advanced encryption standard. AES 256 and AES 512. They're also called as the military grade encryption standards. And there are papers available where it says that that encryption standard cannot be broken even when quantum comes into picture. Then there is one more encryption standard called ECC. They use elliptic curves for that particular encryption. And that is, the key size is a little laborious, but that cryptography is quantum safe even today.
Sure, thank you. And Sandeepan, switching to the classical computing world again, in terms of the cloud adoption, overall IT spend versus the actual adoption is roughly 14% in US and around 7% in India. How do we really improve that? Obviously, it helps us in a lot of ways, be it on the scalability or also on the security point of view. So what are the things we can do?
See, cloud is basically a quick way of getting running and being able to scale up on demand. I think the nature of innovation drives the purpose of cloud. So the more innovative a society, the more the need for the cloud. As things stabilize, you actually will get more optimal parts of it. But for countries with demographics like India and sociographic patterns like it, there is a case for a kind of a public cloud which is sovereign cloud. And if you can see the current things like this JAM's entire part of it, it's actually a public cloud infrastructure which has made this entire propagation possible. So unlike normal things, the fastest company to reach 1 billion subscribers was Reliance Jio, just because it had the backbone of that public cloud to serve the next level of that part. So that triggers that part. So cloud is more like tsunami. One level of cloud done at a fundamental level can ease the next level to come in at a much faster level. And that's exactly where it's self-propagative and fractalized. That said, at the same time, when you have settled onto some part, there is a cost benefit in not being on a public cloud where you are not paying for the infrastructure, but actually coming down to an optimized, maybe a private cloud or a hybrid cloud situation to optimize your costs. So it's a case-wise thing, but cloud essentially is more like infrastructure as a service, and as was talked in the previous thing, the service element being the main aspect. That leverage of cost-benefit ratio is what will determine that part.
Excellent. And you also worked in Aadhaar group to really support the data privacy. That's an interesting engagement that you went through. It's a massive implementation.
I guess everyone who was in some sort of a data format senior
worked
position was drafted into that volunteer
Yes.
group. But yeah, I mean, the knowledge we learned that when we went from real theoretical knowledge to field, like retina scanning was not in the first part. But when we went to the villages, we realized that people who work hard, they have so much chalas in their hand that you cannot get thumbprint in many cases, especially if they're daily wage workers and all, and they're the ones who need that transaction on a fast basis. So you had to have one more layer of it. And again, it was built for not 100%, but a tolerance level which is cost beneficial to that. But so we had to make new rules given our demography and economic situation onto that part. So yeah.
And the question around sovereign cloud keeps coming. Is it a real need from a country point of view? Or should we say that, hey, you know what, with all the checks and balances on the public cloud, you can still live with it?
What is public cloud is debatable, right? I mean, the internet is basically nor public nor private, it just exists. But if you look at it, sovereign cloud, in a way, has been the reason why the internet exists today. We talk of the ARPANET, but there was a MILNET. The military network was essentially a sovereign cloud, which essentially got the entire TCP IP stacks and everything working. So somewhere or the other, when it comes to national security, when it comes to making sure everyone has equal access, and somehow the cost is borne by the sovereign, I think from a socialist point of view, sovereign cloud needs to be there. Someone needs to bear the cost. Now, technically, if you are leasing a cloud space from the government of India on a so-called public cloud provider, it still is a sovereign cloud in my opinion. So it's more of a structure where the taxpayers' money is making sure that every citizen has equal rights of access. From that perspective, it's a sovereign cloud. It's more of a structure than really an infrastructure in that sense.
Excellent, thank you. And Professor Rao Garu, there is a lot of effort on the quantum side, but again, it's in the nascent stage and the hardware is still in the making. Obviously, multiple providers are competing with each other, be it the Googles or the IBM, Alibaba. So curious on how it is today in terms of the hardware, and obviously there are 200 plus startups across the world working on the software side, majorly on the software side, and around $33 billion plus invested so far. And compared to last year, this year they have doubled the investment. So it seems like there is a sense of realization of quantum itself. But fundamentally, can we talk a little bit on the hardware aspect of it, where we are?
So the hardware, as you rightly pointed out, is kind of in the nascent stage. It's nowhere, for instance, where the current classical hardware is. Like Rajesh Garu mentioned just now, so there's this notion of physical and logical qubits, right? So there's logical qubits are essentially those qubits which you can actually gainfully use. So there's an entire paraphernalia of other qubits which are used for error correction and to just keep this thing going. So in that sense, we don't have a scalable quantum computer. So there are several, I'm not a physicist by training, but there are several technologies that are currently being used, some superconducting qubits. There is something called Josephson junction based quantum computers. There are computers based on nitrogen vacancy, ion traps. Various technologies are kind of being concurrently tried out. So depending on the expertise that the physicist has, for example, if suppose somebody is an expert in optics, quantum optics, so he tries to use that particular technology to actually construct a quantum computer. Somebody is expert in superconducting and condensed matter physics, he'll use that expertise in order to design and develop a computer. So there are several groups, several companies, as you rightly pointed out, which basically use all of these above mentioned technologies to kind of construct their interpretation of what quantum computer is. And so many of these companies, there are several companies like Xanadu, there is of course D-Wave is there, which gives you a quantum annealer, right? It's basically some kind of computer which does optimization for you. So a lot of optimization problems can be solved on such things. Then Amazon has and so on. So many of them are also providing these platforms for other folks to use and try out various applications and so on. So the hardware is slowly maturing. But again, as Rajesh Garu pointed out, it's not clear whether at what point in time will we reach to a position where we can, for instance, do integer factorization and break RSA. That kind of, it's like there is enormous progress, but there are skeptics also who say that it may be at that level the noise and the decoherence will be such that you'll not you'll not be able to manage. So it's like dicey at the moment, but we are living in a very, very interesting time. This is the point of inflection. From here, if the scaling happens, I mean, then the sky is the limit. So
got it. And anything you want to add, Mr. Rajesh?
Yeah, so taking on what Panduranga Rao Garu said, in terms of if the audience wants to experiment with quantum, you can get Q accelerator from IBM. IBM quantum offering is called as IBM Q. You can get about 5 qubits without any charge. And they give you an accelerator which can be accessed over the internet. You need to learn a language called Qiskit to access that particular thing. Then Google is also giving, they have Sycamore and the others. So today you can experiment it. But why do we need quantum in today's life? We need quantum in today's life because there are 3 or 4 sticky problems which are still not solved. In the field of sales, you wouldn't know where to put the traveling salesperson. The traveling salesperson problem is still not been cracked. Similarly, in airlines, for optimal routing, they need hub and spoke model. And they've not been able to come up with an optimal hub and spoke model when it comes to managing their operations in an efficient basis. And drug discovery in the current pandemic, when you have to model the drugs, again, quantum computers play an important role from a gene sequencing perspective and from a drug discovery perspective. So already there are 3 practical problems for which quantum computing would be required to a large extent. And then people fascinate in terms of, with quantum you can do teleportation. So all that stuff we saw in Star Trek is going to be a reality when quantum comes into existence. When it comes to existence, then maybe we can do this panel through a teleportation.
So, so a couple of, just to add, a couple of cautionary notes. One is that this TSP, the traveling salesman problem. So there is this class of problems. For those who are from computer science here, they would know that there is this class of problems which are difficult, NP hard problems and so on. So at the moment, although it's not proved, it's not mathematically proved, it is strongly suspected that quantum computers may not be able to solve NP-hard problems as such efficiently. But it's that, so again, for those who are in the know, so there is this class of easily solvable problems called P, and there is this class of problems which we believe are not easy to solve, which are NP-hard problems. So there is that sweet spot between P and NP, and integer factorization happens to fall in that at the moment, if P is not equal to NP, of course, that is the basic assumption. If P is not, that also is not known, by the way. So if the class of class of problems in P is not the same as class of problems in NP, then there are these problems like integer factoring, etc. Those are the sweet spot problems which quantum computer scientists aim for primarily. Teleportation at the moment, I mean, so Star Trek teleportation is somewhat in the distant. Right now, the teleportation that has been demonstrated is basically you teleport one qubit, quantum bit. You can transport quantum bits from one point to another point. So that much is done.
Maybe in metaverse, teleportation is possible at this point of time, but with quantum, it's still a long way.
Metaverse is all about your digital avatars.
All right, and I also encourage the audience to ask any questions. If you can raise your hand, we would definitely pick it up as well, because these are interesting topics, and obviously some of them are real-life examples as well. While we are still working on the quantum piece, definitely blockchain is something we can always pick up. One question on blockchain, Mr. Rajesh. Obviously, the SaaS that is out there, we are able to integrate. But can you give us insight on blockchain as a service, who are the providers, how MSMEs can leverage it for their real-life use cases?
Yeah. So the good thing about blockchain is it's open source in nature. There are two options which are available in the industry today. One, if you have access to trained people, you can go to a GitHub or you can go to foundations like Hyperledger and then download the entire code. You don't have to pay even a single paisa of license fee. It's open source, open to use, and open to develop. On the other hand, if you're not able to develop it by yourself, there are managed blockchain services which are available by almost all leading players in the industry. IBM has a managed blockchain platform. Oracle has a managed blockchain platform. SAP has something called as a Leonardo. And VMware and the others are also coming up with their own managed blockchain services, which are available on a SaaS model. You can pay them a particular subscription fee. On a cloud instance, you can start using those blockchain platforms.
Sure. And while staying on SaaS, Sandeepan, I want to ask you a question around, of course, there is a heated topic around great attrition. But if we look at infrastructure as a service, the low-code, no-code opportunities like Mendix, leveraging Mendix and other tools, and also the SaaS that is available out there, do you think that because of the demand and the deficit around the talent, would that be the go-forward approach by the organizations?
See, the thing is, one of the aspects of what software truly is the best of us for the rest of us. And that's not limited to just software programmers. So what low-code, no-code does is enables a lot of subject matter experts to use us as a tool to still leave an imprint of logic. And I think that's a great trend to come up to, and which is being enabled by this IaaS, SaaS, PaaS, and of course the low-code, no-code. So a lot of people who are in marketing don't need to work with a mathematician to make a marketing model, but include a SaaS model of mathematical modeling and try out and just figure out as to what is working for their real-life problems. A doctor does not need to know combinatoric mathematics, but can use a Monte Carlo simulation to simulate drug trials on a basis and use his expertise. So I guess that trend is a very healthy trend. Now coming to talent, talent scarcity is an economics problem. It's a demand and supply problem. The good side is that means a lot more innovation is happening, a lot more proliferation of technology is happening, and hence there's a shortfall. But where these things come to bridge the gap is, so many people not trained, so-called for software subjects, can still be really very relevant to software development if we propagate these things. Of course, performance is an issue, other aspects are an issue, but that can always be honed up. The entire process of innovation is if you try 10 things, probably 2 things need to finally go to the market. So instead of putting raw engineering talent on all the 10, which we were doing previously, if we can bypass the market demand needs by putting the next tier of subject matter experts and then prop up the 2 and then focus our technology talent on those 2, I think as an environment-wise we will gain significantly. The third aspect, of course, is, are we really training software engineers? I mean, anyone who's running a shop knows that we almost get, we only are recruiting for trainability and knowledge, IQ, not really for skills. We have to develop that. So honestly, we are mostly recruiting people who we believe are able to learn fast than people who we believe know a particular XYZ subject. I mean, that trend has gone. Add to that technology obsolescence, even if they have learned something, is it really going to be relevant in 2-3 year time frame? Forget 20 years. Every 18 months, something is changing. So what we are going to train our kids for, what we are going to train our people for, how we are going to augment their knowledge, I think that's a real challenge. Then we'll get the right people. Someone coming from commerce background can make a much better blockchain developer than someone coming from computer science background because they get it. And that getting it is more important from a common sense and knowledge perspective than that. I think we have to redefine as to who is employable, who's trackable and all. Yes, the scarcity is there, but that's a great sign. It'll force us to look at ways we have not looked at, and that's where innovation happens.
Absolutely. Thank you. We have a couple of minutes left. If there are any questions from the audience, we'll pick it up. Okay, we are standing probably between lengthen the conversation. But, all right. Really appreciate the panel for talking to us about the various technologies and how the real life changes are possible through those technologies. I'm pretty impressed with what you bring to the table, Rajesh, be it blockchain or cybersecurity. And I would say while you are a startup with a good intention of more revenue and more opportunity, but you have a noble cause behind all this, Sandeepan, so thank you for what you do. And Mr. Rao Garu, we are always looking forward for future technologies and innovations. I'm sure just the way Gordon Moore said earlier, the processor speeds have doubled, the costs have halved. I'm sure this is a disruption from classical computing to the quantum computing world, and I'm sure we will see that light coming through in the next couple of years. So thank you.
So thank you, Sridhar Garu, and thanks, HYSEA. To confess, after 2 years, I'm coming to a conference with my pant on and not the shorts, which was the case with regards to the virtual medium. And then it's also important to do these sessions, otherwise you will lose and forget the skill of conferencing. So thank you, HYSEA, and thank you, Sridhar Garu.
Definitely, and thank you. And the fact that I am starting to forget names, because now we are used to looking at the name on the Zoom and then talk to people. So it's a good comeback for me as well. Thank you. Appreciate all the time.
Thank you, Sridhar, for expertly guiding our panel and eliciting all those responses, which just go to prove that it's the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more in terms of future technologies that industries and companies can experience. I'm going to request Mr. Kiran Cherukuri to join us on stage to felicitate our panel. Kiran is Vice President HYSEA and CEO Tech Era IT Consulting. If you could please step forward. Our moderator, Mr. Sridhar Chunduri. Then we have this one, so Mr. Rajesh Tuddu, VP and Practice Leader, Blockchain Cybersecurity Tech Mahindra. We'll move on to Dr. Panduranga Rao, Associate Professor, IIT Hyderabad. And then we have Mr. Sandeepan Chattopadhyay. MD and CEO of Self-Mock Design and Technology. And we could have the panel step forward for a quick photo op. Thank you to our panel for joining us today. We'll move on to watching a quick video, the Global Leader video from Mr. Kevin Samuelson, CEO Infor, and Mr. Somasundaram, Chief Technology Officer, President of Products, Infor. Can we have the video, please?
Hi, my name is Kevin Samuelson. I'm the CEO of Infor. We're a $3+ billion enterprise software company based here in New York City. And we are thrilled to be able to talk with you today, given how critical Hyderabad is to our success. Specifically, Infor develops software that manages some of the most complex industry-specific processes like supply chain and inventory management in manufacturing and healthcare industries. The products that we sell and implement solve the most complex business challenges that our customers face. And in a time like the present that is so dynamic with so much change, Our ability to compete and win comes down to how quickly we can drive innovation into our products. And Hyderabad plays a huge role in that for us here at Infor.
Hi, I'm Soma. I'm the CTO of Infor. I'm also based here in New York City. And we're thrilled to be talking to you. Like Kevin said, Infor's unique advantage in terms of what we bring to the market is the industry specificity. And when you think about industry specificity, we need technologies that we are building, and we are a cloud company as well. So in the cloud, technology is a huge enabler for our customers. So we use the teams in Hyderabad, for example. We've got lots of engineers in one location in Hyderabad. We leverage the capability that we have there and bring the domain knowledge that we have elsewhere around the globe, and we deliver capabilities to our customers that help them differentiate in the markets they serve.
And the great news for us is, given all the time that we've been in Hyderabad and all the investments we've made, this has become one of our most strategic areas across all of the world. In fact, our employees in Hyderabad are known for being excellent at dealing with our customers' most complicated challenges, dealing with them all over the world, and helping them in all sorts of ways. And as Soma mentioned, we use employees for not just R&D, but also other critical areas for Infor, like finance or support or IT. So it's become a critical strategic hub for Infor that is absolutely essential to our long-term strategy.
And over the last 2 decades, we started the location with about 250 employees. Today, we are over 2,500 employees and growing quite quickly. So we really have invested in this location. We have tie-ups with universities in Hyderabad, and we continue to see growth in that location, and we think this will probably double over the next 5-6 years. So we're super excited to be present in the Hyderabad location, and look forward to working with universities and other associations like yourselves to really grow in that location.
So thank all of you for helping build such a dynamic technology market in Hyderabad. We couldn't be more appreciative of the great opportunity that you've given to Infor and all 2,500 plus employees we have in the region.
Thanks a lot.
We are thankful to Kevin and Soma for having taken time out to share with us that video message. We'll break for lunch now. Lunch is being served right outside the venue. And I will see you back at 2:30 for the rest of the sessions.
check. Test. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Check, check. Hello, test. Hello, 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 hello. Check. Hello, hello. Check, check. Check. Hello. Test. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Check, test. Hello. Hello. Check, check. Hello. Check. Check, check. Test. Check, check, check. Test. Check, check. Hello, test. Hello, check. 1 T. Check. Test. 1. Hello, hello. Test. Check, check. Check. Hello, test. और थोड़ा इंक्रीज करो. Check. फुल करो. Check. Hello, test. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello, test. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Check. 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 Test. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Increase. Little bit. Check. Check. Hello. 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 Test. Test. Hello. Test. 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 Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Test. Test. Hello. Check. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello. Test. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Hello. Check, hello. Check, check. Lunch ke hey bro.
ఇది ఫస్ట్ తర్వాత ఇది Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. Requesting all participants to please take their seats in the main auditorium hall. This is an announcement for the participants, dignitaries. Please make your way back to your seats and settle down. We are ready to begin with our session.
मैं उधर से कर रहा हूँ you're more interested maybe you're putting your razor and doing this
Requesting participants of the HYSEA Innovation Summit to close lunch and join us in the main event hall for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, request you to settle down. We are ready to begin with our session. Good afternoon once again. Welcome back to the HYSEA Innovation Summit 2021, the 29th edition. We are ready to begin with our panel discussion on digital, improving public lives. Our panel is set. We're requesting you to settle down as quickly as possible so that we can move on. Right. Let's begin. I'm going to request our panel to join me on stage. I'm going to invite to the stage the moderator for this panel discussion on digital improving lives. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vikas Gupta, MD Talent, Deloitte. Vikas is a human resource professional with more than 2 decades of experience across diverse industries in driving people strategy. In his current role, he helps catalyze growth by leading change and creating avenues to position brand Deloitte internally and in the marketplace. Our panelist for this panel discussion, Dr. Ajit Rangnekar, Director General at Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad and partner SVP India. Mr. Ajit Rangnekar is the former Dean of ISB, and he's worked with organizations like PwC in the past. He has been recently appointed as Director of GMAC and is the sole Indian on the GMAC team. And last but not the least, we have on the panel with us Ms. Sailaja Josula, Center Head, Hyderabad, and Global Delivery SBU Practice Head VP, BFSI Digital Operations, Cognizant Technology Solutions. Shailaja is Global Delivery Head at Cognizant's BFSI practice. With over 25 years of experience, she's considered an expert in leading large operations teams, driving transformational initiatives with diverse experience in manufacturing and financial services industries. She's worked with organizations like Thomson Reuters and HSBC in the past. Over to you, Vikas.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for those lovely introductions. I only thought that we should get some love from our audience if they can get back post-lunch. But Murli is my support sitting out here, and so is Kishore and Sridhar, and Srini and Kiran, and joined by Bernie. So I know I have the right audience available to me. Good afternoon, Hyderabad. Good afternoon, patrons of HYSEA. Thank you for joining. I know it's kind of a tough act right after lunch when HYSEA provides you with that sumptuous lunch with at least a selection of desserts, right? This is what is bound to happen. But thank you for being here on time. Today's conversation is all about digital improving public life. So that's the focus of this conversation. And as you know, I'm joined by 2 prestigious panel members up here. Both of them actually don't need introduction. But that being said, Ajit, who's my guru, has also been my dean. But that being said, in his earlier avatar, he's been a consultant and truly driving some of the changes which we see around at this point in time with respect to digital. So he's been the force behind driving that, pioneer in that particular space. And in today's context with his role, he is helping academia, corporate, and government come together and do something unique in the public space. So Ajit, thank you for joining the panel today. I also have with me Sailaja, somebody who's established 3 big organizations in the city itself. HSBC, she's a veteran out there of all that what you see of 15,000 people of HSBC today across 6 different centers. Thomson Reuters, and now with Cognizant. the employer in the marketplace. So hundreds and hundreds of people across different centers. Sailja, thank you for joining today, and somebody who's kind of been a force behind driving a lot of digital transformation. I'm not going to go into details of digital here for conversation today. I'm assuming that most of you know what is digital. But whatever you're reading at this point in time with respect to digital, depending on what you're reading, the projections are that in next couple of years or few years, it is ranging from anywhere between $1,500 billion to over $3,500 billion. That's the size of the market which we are talking about. Now, if you think about that size of market and think about the amount of change which will be driven as an outcome of these digital technologies, you can imagine the society we would be living in. Now, I'm sure this morning you've gone through a report with respect to a Forrester analyst who spoke to you a lot about what's changing. And the big message centered around was that it's all going to be for the human experience, right? He also spoke about how you will see a lot of these investments which are coming into digital technologies. There would be not just corporations driving that, but actually individuals forcing that change. And apart from individuals, the big investor in the space would be governments. And why would a government go ahead and invest that money in the digital technologies? It's primarily going to be for public welfare. So think about those aspects of it, of what you've heard this morning and relevance to the topic which we're going to discuss today. So with that as a backdrop, I'll start my conversation today here with this group. And the way I'm going to put this across is that if I think about this change in last, so to say, 20 months after the pandemic started, one thing which fascinated me the most when it gets down to digital technologies is all about social commerce. Have you guys heard about social commerce? How many of you have availed benefit of a social commerce? I know a lot of you use e-commerce. But social commerce? Yeah. Anybody? Okay, so social commerce is pretty much, you making use of social media platforms and actually running your business. And think about what a novel way that, I don't need to kind of go ahead and put a whole 9 yards of an organization to make my business work or sell my product. I can use the power of social media, put up my profile, showcase my products, and offer you that offering or the service which I have to offer, and you avail that. So that's what fascinated me when it gets down to think about usage of digital or technology and how is that reaching out to the last person in the society. So with that as a backdrop, let me ask Ajit, you the first question. In last 20 months, what is that one thing with respect to digital which fascinated you the most?
So I think, and unfortunately it got a lot of bad press, but to me, COVID was a phenomenal thing. And imagine getting 1.4 billion people onto one platform, making sure that they get their appointments, that it's uploaded, that we can all use it at airports and things like that, reasonably seamlessly in a very short period. I think in terms of public infrastructure, it was an outstanding achievement.
Awesome. Selja, what would be that digital footprint which fascinated you the most in last 20 months?
I think coming from a banking industry, it's how India has become the leading online payments giant, right? I was just noting down some statistics. We have 40 billion digital transactions worth quadrillion Indian rupees going through the online various channels, UPI, IMPS, NACHA, etc. in India. And that is phenomenal compared to some of the most developed countries. And what it has also done is it kind of removed any form of corruption. It generated a lot of transparency. It also ensured very transparent governance, especially where the government is trying to give funds to the below poverty line. And the transactional analysis became very visible for the monitoring authorities to prevent AML. So that's a massive, massive shift. And we see this in our taxes, right? How the entire tax process has become transparent, including the refunds. We see this now when in the form of MyGov portal, where through Me Seva, E-Seva, we are able to generate everything, right? It's online, the middlemen are completely removed. I think that's been phenomenal, that the fact that we were at home for 18 months and nothing really got disrupted, I think that's unimaginable even 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's been a big shift for Digital India.
Awesome. And since morning, this is my second panel. And I'm fortunate to have another banking professional sitting along with me in the panel. And what I've heard from most of the banking professionals is that, look, our foundations have been shaken up by this UPI. Everybody doesn't want to come to banks. They want to kind of transact through UPI. And do we really need such large banks and so on and so forth? So thanks for sharing that, Shailja. So with that, let me transition to Ajit back. And Ajit, since you work a lot in the space of research, and primarily research which is focused on putting up enterprises which are for the social cause, tell us what's your insight? What are you seeing as a pattern emerging in last couple of years? I would not say just 20 months, but couple of years.
Yeah. So just as a background, we work in 3 areas: food and agriculture, health, and sustainability, right? What I call as the non-sexy part of the business, although health suddenly became sexy thanks to pandemic and became.
Yeah.
But in all of these, if I can take a stand back and generalize, there are 3 kinds of innovations which either are happening or need to happen. The first are what I would call as the quasi-commercial social impact. So whether you take, the kind of things that we are talking about is, ensuring that people get all these sanitizers, this, that, and the other, all online. Even, cash delivery, right? I remember we have a lady working with us for ever since we came back to India. And in the earlier years, she used to sew notes in her undergarments and go. Today, she sends it on her mobile. And that is such a huge social touch that they can speak to their family every single day wherever they are. That's a massive. But those are some. Similarly, e-waste or solar. Those are highly socially useful innovations, but which have a commercial value to it. Mm-hmm. And therefore, so long by giving subsidies or by some this thing or the other, you can make those work. Mm-hmm. The second lot is those where the benefits are diffused. Okay, so take for example, and we were discussing this just now. If you have to clean up Hyderabad and you say we want to start a campaign of clean Hyderabad, or if you say Hyderabad has more than 300 lakes which are becoming cesspools of filth and therefore we want to clean them up. Now if I come to GHMC, first of all, the buyer is the municipal corporations. And if I go to them and say, you know what, I'll clean up these 300 lakes for 300 crores. Those poor guys don't have a hope in hell to know, is 300 crores a good number? Is it too high, too low? What will I get? How will I get? How does this work? Similarly, if I come and say, I'll clean up the air in Hyderabad so that, NO2 levels come down to this thing, you're going to scratch and say, how do I even know that you're doing it? I mean, there'll be a few places where you can, and what are the benefits of it? So there is a large group of social innovations which are getting stalled. Because these don't have the hockey stick returns. Mm-hmm. These returns at best are like this.
Yep.
Right? Second is, perversely, if at all they start generating returns very early, so no investor wants to invest in it because you're not doing cash burn, which is a perverse thing. The third thing is no investor wants to invest in it because these are typically buyer is government.
Yeah.
And that is a kiss of death as far as an investor is concerned. And as I said, the social benefits are very difficult to quantify. Mm-hmm. So many of these are now stuck. And today, I think we need to look at many of these and say, how are we going to change this? And this is a big frustration to those of us who are working in this space. Yeah. The last one is perhaps the most important and which in many ways only the government can do, which is the fundamental digital infrastructure underpinning everything. right? So we did Aadhaar, we are now talking of the health card, etc., etc. Emergency response. By the way, today, CV Madhukar, whom I have always admired, launched and talked about Co-Develop, a new NGO. Just today on LinkedIn, he talked about it, which is a new not-for-profit platform to gather together philanthropic money or low-cost money which can be given as grants to these kind of infrastructures to build it. And these can only be built on grants. So truly, not the Baijus of this world, but truly affordable education, truly affordable healthcare for the poor, true infrastructure in our villages, etc. Many of these benefits will come, enormous benefits will come to the society through digitization. Public Health Foundation of India here is doing some amazing work with us. But they need funding, and that funding at the moment. So research institutions are doing their part, and I think God bless them. I'm very impressed by our, either in terms of, APIs for import substitution, vaccine production. DRDO came out with that this thing which reduces the extent of hospitalization. CMET is doing things in e-waste, etc. The research institutions are doing that. It's the next step. How do we take it from TRL 3.4 to TRL 9? And who's going to fund that? That is today a big challenge.
You're so right, Ajit. And as I was kind of preparing up for this esteemed panel to have conversation, I was doing my own research to just think about across internet, what are the conversations which are happening about digital and public life and how that's improving? And the three things which you spoke very eloquently about is one, the digital divide affecting children learning. Second, in India, most talked about is the digital payment adoption. And the third one is centered around digital healthcare system.
Yep.
And I think these were the three big topics which are talk of the town when it gets down to India and thinks about the public life. Selja, let me transition to you at this stage. You've been somebody who's kind of not just shaped the organizations which are established organizations up here, but in your current role, you're focused on doing a lot of digital transformation work for corporations. Is that just for corporations? How is that going to change public life?
So I think that's a great question, Vikas. And as I was sitting all through today, that's what I was thinking, right? One hand, we are discussing cutting-edge technologies that would get us into digital 2.0, and the best workforce for digital is in India. How can we take this back to our own country? So one of the things under the outreach, what we have done was actually two things. One was distribution of digital tablets, especially for children who are doing 9th and 10th. And we, at the onset of pandemic, we actually ran a digital skilling program for a number of teachers in Telangana, government schools. There was a discussion earlier today, right? How can teachers cope with remote teaching? How can they keep the attention of the students? Students' attention, as we know, is not easy. All of us can check that. So that is something which has really enabled them. Plus, what we've also done is on those tablets, we have actually barred applications which are not relevant. Right? We all know the impact of bad social media. Whilst there are so many good causes of social media, there are also some unnecessary side effects of social media. We barred all of them. We actually have a monitoring mechanism to see how the tablet is being used, so that if a child is going into sites which we don't want them to, we are able to correct them through the teacher. So we've done that, and we've kind of given these reusable tablets, which are almost going into circulation. And that to me is a very small part. That was one. Second one, as part of the transformation, as we know, the industry moved from desktops to laptops more quickly than ever, especially if I wear my operations hat, BPO. BPO, it was always banned. Oh, you can't work from home. Oh, data privacy. Oh, the desktop will be stuck to a desk in the office where you have to come and work. You have to lock all your mobiles in a locker outside. All those models have been completely shattered with the onset of pandemic. So we had all these desktops, right, which obviously we could not advance from a cybersecurity perspective, but which were still usable assets. So we've started to kind of give them away, again, to schools, etc., to make them digital. And that to me is one way the ITES industry can contribute. But looking back at what we can do, for example, right, we talk about connected devices. We talk about IoT is a big priority for us. We also talk about, how can we use technologies like 3D printing And going back to what Ajit was telling, how can we use 3D printing for probably our housing related challenges? How can we use that effectively for prosthetics in healthcare? Can we start giving that out? I was reading news somewhere, there are glasses called eSight 3, which actually help blind people see. Right? Isn't that amazing that without an operation we can do that? Can we start looking at technologies like that? Then I was just reading, there's an app developed in Bangalore called Timber, right? Docternal is the startup. They actually listen to the sound of the cuff and then look at the demographics of the patient, and they're able to do a TB diagnosis without its contactless diagnosis. Now, how much would that benefit, especially in our villages, right? So for me, these are all where I feel the industry should come together with the government. We probably need a bit of a think tank, and obviously with esteemed colleagues like Mr. Ajit here, kind of start putting some of this together. There's so much we can do. The workforce is here, the ideas are here, the incubation is here, right? How can we kind of give it back? And last but not the least, I still feel, whilst we have advanced a lot in healthcare, right? Medivac is not something we have mastered in India. And timely medical evacuation, we know, can save thousands of lives, more so in the rural India. The upside is 6 out of 10 Indians are connected to the internet, which means we are able to ping such a large population today, which was not thinkable a few years ago. How can we start using that with GPS and start using a Medivac kind of a facility so that we can take healthcare to that grassroots level? I think these are some of the things which we have to implement. Invariably we compare infrastructure in India to the infrastructure to some of the most developed countries like a Singapore or a US, right? I don't think there's any dearth of brain power here. But it is we taking these small steps and, as he said, agreeing some funding mechanism and partnership mechanism to make this happen, which in my view will really help us elevate. Because all said and done, we represent, I think, a minority of Indian population. The majority is still the rural population, which is very dependent on agriculture, which is very dependent on the monsoon. And how can we take these technologies, be it IoT, I was reading somewhere RFIDs, to help them map their entire field and see which part of their field is working well, drones for monitoring the various farms. I think there's so many ideas we can do in that sector. But how many of us are willing to kind of go and do that? How much can we set aside? Maybe that's food for thought, which we can take away from this conference.
Absolutely. You're so right, Selja. And this morning, our participants have heard a Forrester analyst speak about metaverse. And as I think about my own organization's Tech Trend publication, which is kind of an sequel work which they do year on year. For the last 13 years, we are publishing it. The 3 technologies which we are talking that would be shaping up the next 10 years. One, which you rightly called out, is quantum technologies. So the way we communicate, the way we kind of compute, the way we kind of go ahead and mine the information would undergo a change. The second you said is centered around the exponential intelligence. So how is kind of different objects talking to each other and so on and so forth. And thirdly, quite rightly, is all about those ambient computing, which is, how can you kind of think about glasses working differently, or how you think about, your homes getting aligned to work and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think there's some exciting pieces of work happening up here.
Given that this is afternoon and, given that we have all companies, and let's put some, fireworks out here and have this thing. I think what Shailaja said is something really, really and very seriously worth pondering about. And I'm going to be provocative here. Yeah. I think right now, the software industry is facing, our biggest challenge is talent, right? Everyone is facing exponential growth. So where do I find people is what's missing. And how do I then make the most of this, either in terms of valuation or in terms of profits or in terms of whatever? In that journey, are we forgetting our social purpose? And I think I would like each one of you, please don't answer, I don't want a public answer, but I would like each one of you to go home and ask yourself this question, because I get a dirty feeling that we are likely to, because it's just that the talent problem is just so huge and the market is so huge. That's one. The second thing is that when we look at, and we'll use social commerce as a perfect example of this. None of these were actually started for that purpose.
Yeah.
Right? Similarly, metaverse. I mean, it's all ultimately in entertainment and escapism space. Where are the great new changes that affect a common human being? And if we in India don't think, we have the perfect opportunity because we have an understanding of technology, but we also have an awareness of the problems, or we should have an awareness of the problems. And if we don't take the global leadership in solving these problems, as Shaila just said, I think all of us, the minority that you called us, all of us will be failing in our duty.
Yeah. And you're so right, Ajit. As I think about, or as I look at some of the trends where people are speaking about this great attrition, great resignation, and things like that, I think one of the big things which is emerging out there is that, hey, the governments will come up with the policies and bring about some changes in the overall compliance aspect of it. Are organizations prepared to even deal with it? And so on and so forth. Yes, so I do see that happening quite a lot. At this point in time, let me quickly check with the audience. Is there anybody who's having any questions up here for the panel? Quick one. Ajit spoke about, some of the responsibilities this audience has as role holders.
So I'll add one more into that pot, Again, taking up your point of minority, the truth is that we large companies are relatively small employers in the overarching theme. It is the gig economy which is now becoming somewhat, but it is the unorganized MSME, etc. And I think we have to again ask ourselves a question. To some extent, SaaS is doing some of this. How are we helping the small companies, the small semi-rural companies to really improve our, so when we talk of public good, the public good doesn't necessarily have to be in only health and education, but it's in making the less, what shall I say, effective and underserved part of our economy far more effective and economic. And I think this is going to be a challenge. I mean, it's easy for me. One of the great things I realized when I moved to academia is I can ask all the questions and let somebody else worry about it. But I would like you to, because you're thinking about the right thing. So I'm just fascinated by it.
No, I agree. And in fact, just to add, right, and if we wear the banking hat, at the end of the day, money is at the core of a number of things, right? I think the tick in the box or a great achievement for us is we have now made money easily available through very good channels. We just discussed that. But what about microfinancing? What about that money being extended and the recovery of that without any middlemen? We still know that in the villages, the 1 rupee interest and the 2 rupee interest is very rampant. So much so that people only pay interest. And as we said, one particular crop goes out, then that interest becomes something you pay forever. We were discussing authentication before, right? Authentication going back to land registry, right? Or farms, or property. We know that's a big hassle, especially in India, right? Somebody's property gets seized and it's then a size of power as against anything. How can we start bringing those? And that is then linked with biometrics of that family, etc., which to me will prevent some of the fraud that happens there, and some of we are really aspiring to fly high and, limitless imagination. But in terms of bringing it to the grassroots level, there is a delta, right? And that perhaps this community needs to address it. Whether, we also take up corporate innovation as against corporate social responsibility as one of the things where we promote people to come and start putting ideas and share with government. Maybe that's something food for thought that we have to do. But compared to probably how much people contribute towards public service, say in other countries, our contribution, and this is my personal view, is limited.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think there's a lack of purpose. I don't think there's a lack of intent. All of us want to give back. And the last 18 months of pandemic have actually made us feel even more important that, hey, we need to give it back. We need to give a sense of purpose. But if as organizations, if we adopt this, then it will also give us that sense of purpose, which will help address the great resignation that all of us are dealing about.
Right.
It's just not about making more money to prosperous businesses, but it's also contributing to the society and making a difference to people's lives. So maybe that is something for us to think about. And if we take each area, right? Healthcare in rural India, that's a whole big gamut. Housing, right? Financing, agriculture, right? And then governance. Maybe those are the 5 sectors that I can think of. And then overall education, literacy in the rural India, which is going to really help us, given our population is very young. Maybe those 5, 6 are the sectors we look at and say, okay, what is it that we can drive as innovation, best practice, content development, including your technology development, set up some of those. Maybe that is a thought process that all of us need. Whereas today, I know we do it out of our personal passion and opportunity, and maybe partnering with, I see Mayur here, partnering with the likes of Nirman organization. But to me, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yep. Shalja, you're so
Very well
right.
said.
As I was doing my research on what are the topics which are trending in Telangana at this point in time with respect to digital and public life, education is a big component of it. And the 2 points which kind of highlighted significantly, one was centered around the digital aids for government schools. And the second topic which kind of trended quite a lot was centered around this STEM, preparing people with STEM education. I know both of you are very passionate about that particular area. Ajit, you've worked extensively in that space. So your thoughts on what can be done? Because at the end of the day, great resignation, great attrition is all a problem of a supply and demand. And more work will come in, provided we have the right set of supply of talent available. There's no dearth of demand when it gets down to numbers, which I spoke about as to what's the size of the market. What do you think can be done differently? Any distinct thoughts?
So we've run something as a pilot. So we have actually interacted with the tribal villages in Telangana, and we have worked with economically weaker section kids, worked with them in terms of they clearing their graduation, helping them prepare for AMCAT, which is one of the threshold examinations for ITES industry. And once they've done that, they went through the interview process and they were hired, right? Now the impact of that, right? Each child, girls, boys, they have become role models for their villages. In a village, actually, there was a cutout of the kid placed with her laptop, where the parents are telling, look, she could do it, can't you do it, right? To the gratitude, the work ethics, and the curiosity and the learning, intent that these people bring to work is unimaginable. It's just fantastic. So as an organization, we benefit. But what it also does is it then helps us take there, and all these children that we have hired, they are now doing this for the next gen. Because they're very passionate. If I can come and do this, why can't my friend do this? Why can't my neighbor's child do this? We had to go through a lot of corporate sensitization with the kids to say, hey, this is the behavior and all that. But to me, that's a win-win, because the talent, there's no dearth of it. And in today's world of work from home, location also doesn't matter. They can continue to be there. We've got amazing internet connectivity in India. I think we've got one of the cheapest data in the world. All of us know that. So it's all about enabling that individual. And anyway, companies, we ship out kit to them. All the IT companies do. So the person is connected, needs a desk and chair, needs a good environment to kind of work. And suddenly we are looking at anywhere talent. This is almost, the same gig economy that you were talking about. And maybe we need to do this a lot more. And these are the people who are already at the grassroots level. So they naturally want to also contribute to our CSR activities because they want to make a difference. And they in turn can give us ideas and give us connect with the local villagers in terms of where we can truly make an impact. So to me, that is definitely one area in terms of combining education along with a career opportunity. And that is more sustainable also. It's not a one-time intervention. We are giving somebody a lifelong income, which will help that family sustain.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think what stayed with me from that is getting down to the bottom line of jobs. Education is one side of it, but it has to translate into job. And India has also been kind of bad-mouthed about that, hey, we are producing too many people like in carbon copy, right? We are preparing people just for one kind of a thing. And Ajit, your association with the higher education side of the world, anything which you think which can up the game than just kind of preparing people just as a carbon copies up there?
So just before I do that, one of the things and what you're doing is superb, and afterwards I would love to understand it and see how we can support it. But what we found in a few other this thing is that many of these children, see, when we grew up with our parents who told us the importance of education, health, hygiene, saving, etc. Many of these children just don't have that opportunity to understand what we call as life skills and life these things. And I think that is where sometimes they live so much in the present. Yeah, I know spiritually it's great to live in the present, but they don't therefore understand the importance. So I think we should work with TISSs of this world and bring in some of that also into the education. You know, the other thing is, and I'm not saying this as a criticism of this industry, but what is happening is whether you teach anybody STEM or anything, the only place where the jobs are is the IT industry. So the IT industry to some extent is sucking in talent from other places. It's not the IT industry's fault, it's also partly the fault of the other industry that they must make careers there. So what we are trying to do is to work with the CCMBs of this world and a few to show the exciting careers in these other areas so that at least a few people. See, today what used to happen when I was young that either do engineering or you're going to be a clerk. Now it's either be an IT this thing or you're finished kind of a thing. And I think we need to change a little bit of that. I'm not saying it's our problem, but I'm saying it is a problem that some of us are trying to deal with. Coming to your own this thing. Well, I think, you know, we have already demonstrated to the world, look at every single day, two things are happening. One is some Indian somewhere is becoming a global CEO. And Leena was the last. I'm very proud. I've known her for a long time and I'm proud of that. The second thing is, every few days, and at last I counted, there were at least 6 ISB grads who were unicorns.
Yep.
But that was a week ago, so I don't know whether a 7th and 8th have got added. The rate at which those unicorns are adding, I have lost track of.
Yeah.
So I think we have begun to show that maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, we were Me Too doers. All of a sudden, and I don't know whether it's pandemic or we are very good at this thing. So first thing I want, I think, you know, and us as an industry to debunk. There is, first of all, nothing wrong. You know, we were a service industry. And man, we did a phenomenal job of it. We became amongst the same thing, we get the same complaint about our pharma, right? You do generics, but thank God for those generics. Because of that, poor people can afford goods. Similarly, when the IT industry started, it was predominantly service, and if we hadn't done that, you people would have been in trouble with Y2K and, you know, 2001. And now, we have to use the latest word, pivoted. And now we are doing, so I think there is nothing really wrong with our education system. The new education policy, the National Education Policy 2020, has identified that we were becoming a little too narrowly focused and we need to now shift towards adaptation. But when I look on the ground, have you, in your thing, say, man, I have these 10,000 people, but none of them is good? No. I mean, I don't think, you know, look at the number of people and number of companies who are doing still the H1B visas are. So I think there is a bit of colonial, you know, looking down upon India, especially in the West, and especially with BBCs and CNNs of this world who like to believe that, you know, there's something wrong with. I personally think, and by the way, in business education, again, you know, so many things. When I look back 15 years ago to today, the extent to which education has changed, online has come in, part-time has come in. But I think, again, to get back to digital, in education, we have to rethink. See, what used to happen is, we said, okay, undergrad, 4 years, I'm going to teach you something. Then 2 years in masters, I'm going to teach you something. I'm saying, why? Education must be lifelong now. You want to get into IT industry, you don't. After 2 years, you shift into something else, I should be able to teach you. I want to get into something else, I should get. So I think personalized, just in time, up-to-date education is, I think, the holy grail of higher education, and we have to move towards that.
Awesome point. And Ajit, you gave me a good segue into ask you at this point in time. So you talked about unicorns as a new way of kind of showcasing India and New India. I have questions for both of you. For you, Ajit, as part of your innovation center, do you see people coming up with newer skill sets in this digital world to operate? And to you, Sailaja, my question is, how is organization like yours promoting people within who have entrepreneurial streaks? How does that work? So any thoughts on that aspect of it?
So the simple answer is yes, we are seeing, I don't think I have seen, in fact, every single day I see young people coming out with amazing new ideas where I then say, okay, where do I find, how do I support them? And there is no shortage of that. But I'm forcing many of them, and in the context of this discussion, I'm saying no, a unicorn is one which touches the life of 10 crores poor people. Don't talk to me about $1 billion. Talk to me about somebody who actually changes in a positive way. And I think when we rethink and rejig our heads around that problem, that we'll see a lot more solutions occurring. As I said, there are problems of how do we get funding, et cetera, for it. But I do want to see people change. There is no shortage, especially in life sciences. We are seeing a humongous number of startups.
So in terms of innovation, absolutely, I think because adapting to pandemic itself triggered that innovation amongst the staff. Right? What can we do? How can we engage our people? What are the kind of things that we can do even from an outreach perspective that would touch the society differently without us getting exposed? I know we worked with HYSEA and created a whole COVID website at that time, the COVID resources website, which had all the necessary resources during the second wave. Right? That was completely done by our staff, the idea, the content development, everything. And it was done outside their office hours as part of volunteering. Same thing with regard to healthcare life sciences, right? There are teams who are working on pharmacovigilance, which really were able to churn out data very quickly that helped us look at what are the negative events or what are the positive events coming out from some of the things. Is that enough? In my view, no, right? And goes back to the discussion we are trying to have here. I also want to bring out slightly, digressing, right? Sitting here, I am a minority within a minority, right? And I will call that out. And the same thing reflects in the innovation also. How many apps are catering to the rural women? And this is where it's either hygiene or female health or even female financing, right? I know we have, we are promoting, we have VHub, we are promoting women entrepreneurs, etc. But is that, again, something that we need to emphasize? Because I was reflecting, and this is a simple conversation, right? All of us I know interact with maids at our place. Their problems, what they were 10 years ago, are similar this year, today also. They haven't changed. And in our industry, we talk of diversity, women empowerment, equality, fantastic stuff. Try talking that to my maid. She thinks I'm nuts, right? Because that acceptance is not there. That awareness is not there. And we were talking, I think there was a previous conversation where, somebody said text-to-speech, how useful it would be in a rural India, right? In an agricultural kind of a setup. I think this is one of the topics which requires that, because it is, to me, a cultural transformation that is required in the country for us to have 50% of the workforce contribute towards the country's economy. Whereas today, I think I see a big gap. Huge fan of Ms. Falguni Nair for Nykaa. But again, what's the market that caters to, right? It's not, towards the rural women empowerment. Again, I think those are some of the conversations we need to look at. And even as organizations, are we doing enough in the innovation space? Honest answer, no. We encourage them. But to be honest, with work from home and then children at home and then elder care at home and vexed with work from home, I think those ideas are limited.
So you heard our panel speak about a plethora of things in a very, very succinct manner. Sailaja very rightly put across those 6 key identified areas: health, education, finance, and including all of those. And then Ajit spoke about the talent and how's talent kind of shaping up to achieve that objective up there. One of the trends which kind of closes all of this is all about the digital identity. Going back to Sailaja's example of a maid not having the same experience as we, which are kind of an exclusive class in achieving that, is a very, very different thing. So as leaders in the IT industry, I think there is an opportunity for all of you to start thinking about if there is an opportunity for you to create the digital identity of individuals who are part of our country today, or even globally, how would you leverage that and how would you shape your businesses going forward? Second, going back to Ajit's point on pride of India, one of the big topics trending on internet was Vietnam's Digital Day. I know we've gone to the Yoga Day and we have so many other days attached to our country. I think it's an opportunity for us, if we are 50% of the workforce for technology sitting in India, why can't we go ahead and create that digital day for India, where we start to think about some of these things. So those are the two things which I would like to leave you as a thought for you to take this forward from here on. I do see a hand quickly, so ma'am, quickly ask your question before we close.
The gentleman behind you is getting you, okay.
Right. So my question actually is, from morning we've been having discussions over having the dearth of talent and skilled people to be employed. But then don't you think the whole system is built that way, that we're bringing more exclusivity in the system by, in the form of education that is there and in the form of the employment that is happening. We're bringing more and more exclusivity and there are more and more smaller groups being built. So that is one thing that I want to ask your opinion on. And the other thing is the reforms that are happening are actually going against the idea of uniformity. Now you see the contractual laws that are coming in place by the government, the reforms are actually going backwards and not forward-looking. This is what I think. What's your opinion on this? Thank you.
So I think, look, you cannot start with a poor country and say that in a period of 5 or 10 years, I want 100% uniformity of this thing. This is like not even half full. It's like 3/4 full or 1/4 empty or maybe 10% empty or 20% empty. When I look at how exclusive education was when I studied to how inclusive it is in your time and how more inclusive it is today, I think this country has come humongously. Already Shailaja was talking about going not to Vikarabad, but to the poor in wherever it is. I think the spread that is already happening, and the nice thing it's a mix of both government wanting thing, but industry realizing, and talent shortage is one of the greatest motivators for us to innovate. So I think, there is a humongous, of course, if you don't study or somebody doesn't, there will be a divide, but that divide is shrinking. And yes, we may want that divide to vanish quickly. And in Thomson Reuters, you people did a lot with people with disabilities, and I was partly associated with some of them. So there are many pockets, and the worst affected pocket, we never talk about it, transgenders, who are by far the worst affected in our society. But while we agree and there should be, the rate at which that gap is shrinking, I think is that was one. I think I'm not competent really to talk about government policies or whatever. Very many times we look at policies from our selfish perspective. I don't think any government, and I'm not being political one way or the other, really chooses to make policies which are wrong, right? To some extent, what inputs we give and what's going to be fascinating is to see the data policy now coming up. And I bet you that there'll be about 50 people, depending on how badly I am hurt versus how badly the country is hurt, we will all talk about. But I was a big fan, and I continue to be a big fan of the farm policy, because I thought very strongly that for once, we had a policy in which all political parties had earlier agreed to. And yet it failed, right? So I can't really speak on policies anymore. I've given up on that.
I think just one element I want to add, and I know conscious of time, right? There is technical education, and then there is management education, right? And in my view, we are so focused on the technical education, right? And somewhere the soft skills are lost, or there is not much of an opportunity to impart those soft skills. And that was a conversation, Mr. Ajit was also mentioning, that who is teaching them life skills? Who is talking about finances? Who is talking about, communication, networking, influencing, all those skills which are very important to survive in a corporate world. So maybe that is the shift. And this is where, again, I would say, we probably should partner with the academia. I know there are a few from academia here. We were having another discussion earlier this week. Can we have this industry academia kind of a participation? And by the way, I did my chemical engineering a while ago, and I realized it was a while ago when I was addressing a batch of freshers last month. But at that time, we used to actually have industry academia kind of an interaction, where we used to visit the factories, or we used to have industrialists visit us and tell us how the various phenomena that we are using are actually applied in the factory environment, which is great. Where are we doing it in the ITES? It's not just about producing coders, for want of a better word, and probably there's a perception in India there are many coders also, right, which we have to go and address, right? But it's about giving all these skills. Do we teach them about the various verticals, like a healthcare vertical or a BFS vertical, and how ITES is very important in that vertical? And maybe that is some thought that we need to put together along with the academia to kind of shape that. At the end of the day, children will learn whatever they are taught. So I think the onus is more on us, not on the kids.
All right. One more question. If you're cautious of time, if
Okay, this is the last question
okay,
probably
all
we'll
right.
take.
Go ahead, Kanma.
Sir, namaste all of you, and I really appreciate Arul sir and other team of HYSEA and associates here. My name is Ram Maruri. I'm from Lead India Foundation, mentored by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. We have a great platform which is now in place to take forward this all vision, whatever Ajit ji, Shailaja ji, and everyone talked about. And we have about 5 pillars: affordable quality healthcare, education, environment, agriculture, then peace and harmony also added to that as a derivative, and then youth empowerment, women empowerment, and economic employment and generation. These areas we are now thinking to come up with a big social impact projects with multi-billion-dollar investment approach. I request and invite HYSEA and other great leaders like you to join hands. Together, definitely we are going to impact further. That is what the solution is required, not the problems talked about. So the solution is very much out there. J.A. Chaudhary Garu is now the chair of our Women Empowerment Track, and Shailaja ji, I think you can definitely count on women empowerment with his leadership. And we are also doing on the rural development side, Director General of NIRD, he is now joined as the chairman of our rural development track. Innovation and entrepreneurship track, Varadarajan Krishna from Bengaluru, who is a co-founder of 100 Open Startups. These many great people are joining the Lead India Foundation. I request everyone here, let us join hands, including HYSEA, and who has brought us here. I really congratulate once again, and invite all of you to join us and let us make an impact together. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that insight on Lead India initiative. Let's support Lead India.
Thank
All
you.
right, panel, that's the time we had. Thank you so much for your insightful thoughts on public life. And I'm sure with digital identities taking shape, we have a bright future ahead of us, and India is going to be leading that effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Requesting the panel to hold on for a couple of minutes more. Thank you so much for joining us today and shining the spotlight on the human side of enterprise. I'm going to invite Mr. Murli Bolu to the stage. Mr. Murli is the CEO of ZenQ and has held the position of President HYSEA in the past. Request you to felicitate our moderator of this panel discussion, Mr. Vikas Gupta, MD Talent, Deloitte. Okay, we're going with the ladies first. So this one's for Shailaja ma'am. And the next, Dr. Ajit Rangnekar. And our memento of appreciation to Mr. Vikas Gupta. Thank you to all of our panelists for joining us today and to Mr. Vikas for leading a successful discussion. We will now have a video message from Mr. Chris Wandahar, Vice President, AWS Data Centers. Can we bring up the pre-recorded video address, please?
Namaste, and thank you for including us in your celebrations. I'm thrilled at this opportunity to be among world-class leaders, innovators, and builders. At Amazon, we thrive on customer obsession, and therefore on relentless innovation. Everything we do, aim for, and dream to create is fueled by our customers' challenges and opportunities. We are a company of entrepreneurs. Curiosity, thinking big, and continuous learning are ingrained in the way we work. I am privileged and encouraged to see these values being celebrated at HYSEA's 29th Annual Awards Ceremony. COVID-19 has no doubt taught us a whole new way to live, work, and scale our business. It has accelerated the need for businesses to provide services online at unimaginable speeds and accuracy. We understand the immense pressure on companies to adapt, and we care deeply about the success of each and every business. Our goal is to empower builders with cloud services that enable them to achieve what they set out to do. We worked closely with the Telangana government to deliver the COVID-19 data platform during the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. AWS enabled large-scale cloud computing services that could leverage thousands of data points in real time to track COVID-19 statistics for the Telangana government. AWS collaborated with technology startups and independent software vendors for this initiative. When we look at the growth of IT and IT-enabled service companies in India, Telangana is close to an 18% growth rate, which is more than twice the national average of about 8%. Telangana has policies targeted specifically towards the growth of IT, fostering many innovative startups, enterprises, and a skilled workforce. As some of you may know, our largest Amazon office outside the United States is in Hyderabad. AWS is investing in data centers across 3 locations in Telangana. The new AWS Asia Pacific Hyderabad region will enable local developers, startups, enterprises, government, and nonprofit organizations to build new services at scale for their customers. AWS chose Hyderabad because of the efficient support provided by the Telangana government and a robust policy framework, and because it best met the rigorous requirements for an AWS region. I want to reiterate that our people are our most valued resource. Amazon's culture to hire and develop the best talent fuels us to offer digital skills training for future aspirants of the cloud workforce. Under the AWS Educate initiative, 9 universities across India will offer cloud technology learning to its postgraduate students in emerging technology studies. The effort is to empower students with the knowledge and the competence in cloud architecture, data analytics, cybersecurity, machine learning, and software development. AWS is committed to equipping more students and workers with cloud skills that will help drive the digital transformation across all sectors. I want to share a quote by Jeff Bezos. Invention comes in many forms and at many scales. The most radical and transformative innovations are often those that empower others to unleash their creativity and pursue their dreams. My team and I are most excited to work with our customers to innovate, build, and grow. Thank you, and congratulations to all the innovators out there at the HYSEA event.
Our next video message is from Qualcomm. The video message from Mr. Anthony Schwartz, Senior Vice President of Engineering.
In this age of connectivity, I'm honored to be able to join you for the HYSEA Innovation Summit. Greetings to Mr. K.T. Ramarao, Minister of Industries and Commerce and Information Technologies, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology, Mr. Bernie Arol, President of HYSEA, and also to all the Innovation Summit attendees. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate HYSEA on celebrating their 30th anniversary, which is quite an achievement. We have been very happy to work with HYSEA for the 17 of those years, ever since Qualcomm established its presence in Hyderabad. Next, I would like to introduce you to Tony Schwartz, SVP of Engineering at Qualcomm. Tony has been with Qualcomm for more than 22 years. Currently, he leads Qualcomm's global software organization, which spans across US, China, Israel, Japan, Korea, Germany, and UK, and also includes a large team in India. He has oversight for all software activities, which encompasses application processor subsystem software, modem peripheral subsystem software, connectivity subsystem software, and customer engineering. In addition, Tony leads software security efforts, which are critically important in mobile, IoT, automotive, and other adjacent businesses. And over to Tony.
Thank you, Shashi, and thank you, HYSEA, for inviting me to join today. For more than 35 years, Qualcomm has been inventing technologies that accelerate the digital future. From our leadership through every cellular generation to the rise of the smartphone and app economy, and now the digital transformation of virtually every industry. We are leading the realization of the connected intelligent edge, where the convergence of wireless connectivity and distributed AI will power the devices and experiences that enable our digital future. Qualcomm has been the driving force behind the invention, development, and commercialization of 5G, the connectivity fabric of our mobile devices, which brings extreme capacity, low latency, and ultra reliability for diverse devices and services. 5G represents a substantial opportunity for India, not just in mobile, but manufacturing, IoT, and automotive. 5G will help realize the full potential of the connected intelligent edge, transforming our industries and providing new experiences with new levels of immersion, personalization, immediacy, and insights. Qualcomm's innovations are brought to life by our talented employees around the world. India overall, and Hyderabad specifically, are a crucial part of our global engineering organization. The Hyderabad team has made incredibly strong contributions to Qualcomm's IP portfolio and significant contributions across our technology roadmap. Over the last 17 years, these contributions have helped Qualcomm redefine the mobile experience and enable new generations of increasingly powerful mobile devices. Over the years, India has grown to be the second largest base for Qualcomm's research and development outside of our headquarters here in San Diego. For nearly 2 years, our teams have been working remotely, like many around the world, and what they've accomplished is remarkable. The level of innovation at Qualcomm has not slowed and has even increased in some respects, especially by the teams in India. We are immensely proud of our engineering teams in Hyderabad and across India, who continue to innovate and support our partners, as well as make significant contributions of their time and effort to support their local communities during the pandemic. I'd like to ask Shashi now to talk about some of those local efforts. Thank you again for the opportunity to join this event.
I would like to thank the Telangana government for their support and collaboration throughout the pandemic. Technology provides the ideal vehicle for digital transformation and economic opportunity for India. Through our continuous and significant investments in R&D, building a highly skilled workforce, and furthering local innovation with our startups programs and ventures investments, we are committed to inventing the most comprehensive technologies and solutions to help our partners and startups succeed at home and also grow globally. We launched the Qualcomm Design in India Challenge in 2016, and it has become India's longest running hardware startup incubation program. Since its launch, Indian startups incubated by Qualcomm have already gone on to file upwards of 200 patents in India and other countries. These companies are using 5G connectivity and IoT solutions to address societal issues. We have established local innovation labs in Hyderabad and Bangalore to help companies develop new and differentiated products, services, and experiences, as well as supporting local innovation hubs like T-Hub and NASSCAM's COEs. I look forward to the continued support and collaboration with the Telangana government and HYSEA to make our mission to further innovation a reality. Thank you for this opportunity. I wish you a very successful summit.
HYSEA is grateful to Chris and Tony for their messages, and thank you, Mr. Shashi Reddy, as well. Requesting all of our participants to join us for tea and a networking session. We will see you back here for the awards evening at 5 p.m. on the clock. Thank you so much for your participation thus far. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the HYSEA 30 years photo booth available right outside this venue. Please do have your photographs taken at the photo booth. Thank you so much.